Sure. I'll talk it out.
Yeah, let's just have a conversation.
Track 3.
Better not be fucking Dave Matthews Band.
Okay. Those of you who don't want to be a part of this can leave now.
Derek, please listen to me.
But if you choose to stay, which it seems like you guys are choosing...
Derek, please.
You understand and agree to the following terms and conditions.
Derek!
1.
Derek, this is the virus.
You hereby waive your right
Derek, please.
to your own personal bodily integrity.
This is not you.
2.
I'm a life...
Per the state versus Neville Reed, my colleague and I will not be held criminally liable for any felony or misdemeanor that you may be a victim of, including, but not limited to, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, disorderly conduct, destruction of property, mayhem, and first-degree murder. And 3, terms and conditions may change or be updated whenever the fuck I want! Consider yourselves notified.
What up, everyone? DJ Anubis here with you on Poetic Carnage, doing a live draft coverage of round 1 in the NFL. Here with my good friend and partner, Poet Kuiper Sr.
I am Poet Kuiper Sr. I have been here writing horrible mock drafts for you for decades, giving you terrible advice for decades.
And
I have
he's
come
a
here
huge TCU fan.
And I'm a huge TCU fan for all 2 of their players that might get drafted. And Lamar is free.
Lamar is free.
Lamar is free.
Well, apparently he's not free. He probably cost him a lot of money.
He that is there's a different interpretation in terms of whom it might apply, but that's the big news of the day thus far, and I'm glad that it worked out for a variety of reasons.
Obviously, we are not Ravens fans.
No. Go Steelers.
Go Broncos. But I don't think we have a first-round draft pick right now. But maybe that changes in this draft. But this is the pre-draft show.
Mm-hmm.
What we're going to be doing is once the draft starts, periodically we'll be tuning in to the live feed, getting the picks in, who's selecting who. But we did want to talk a little bit about Lamar because it's been kind of like this ongoing thing all offseason about whether or not the Ravens were going to pay him. He wanted to trade at one point. So now clearly he's going to stay put. Maybe Odell Beckham, who was recently signed, convinced him to stay. I don't know, but either way, there's been talk between you and I and a lot of other people about whether or not he had enough help in the receiver department. Well, if he fails now with Beckham, then I don't want to hear any more shit.
Beckham is the only caveat that I'll add to that is if like in week 1 or 2 he blows out his knees again and he's not there. The thing with Beckham is when you saw him last in the Super Bowl, he was obviously once again a very good player. And when he became a Ram and he was integrated in the offense, he at least looked like he was, at minimum, a mid to weak number 1, strong number 2. Odell is one of the more talented receivers in recent memory. They overpaid for him, and I think they overpaid for him to get him. And it was, in all honesty, if it helped them keep Lamar, it was money well spent. They came to that towards the end of our debate. We kind of talked about like what a compromise would look like. And we fell somewhere between it needs to be more than half guaranteed, maybe to a quarter. And then ironically, that was basically the contract to 3 quarters. And that was a contract that Hurts got. And then, ironically, Lamar basically got a slightly better version of that contract, reportedly. So it fell in there. Now the next team on the hot seat is the Bengals. Because if Burrow says you're going to guarantee all of it, I don't think they have a choice. To be honest, that's just something to think about down the line.
Yeah.
I think with Lamar and the Ravens, they both played a game where neither of them had that much leverage over one another. Because while the Ravens had some things that they could do, like, hey, we'll give you this weird transition tag thing. So why would we bid for you and somebody else could and give us first round picks? And if we don't, and if it's a low offer, then we'll just match it. So they had cute little games that could delay the thing. But the reality of the situation is Lamar needs the Ravens and the Ravens need Lamar. There were a lot of games last year where he played really well and they lost because the defense collapsed. I remember, you and I talked about that a lot during the power rankings. There are a lot of games where the offense wasn't that great and he kept them afloat. Then there were a lot of games, obviously, where he played well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's no team that's going to make better use of Lamar than the Ravens. There's no team that Lamar would do better on than the Ravens, I think, in the long scale, unless we're doing fantasy scenarios where, oh, he goes to Denver and they have the perfect offense and they have Sean, something like that, which, possible but not plausible.
Right.
I'm very interested in the specifics because I read the report that they've agreed on the money and now they're smoothing out some of the other contractual language. They felt good enough about it to announce it, obviously. I wonder who pushed for that 5th year. I wonder if there's any options. The option thing will be real interesting.
I would think that it's probably going to be the Ravens. Just my theory that's pushing for the 5th because I'm sure Lamar is kind of like feeling like he loves Baltimore. He loves the fans, but I think at the same time, everything that's happened has kind of left him a little jaded with Baltimore. So
Yeah.
I think he'll take the 4 as long as the price, whatever it was, is right. But at the same time, like I just think that he's not going to really say, "Hey, I want to be here long term," just in case stuff goes sour again and he wants to get the hell out of Baltimore. So I think he'll keep it simple if he can, so that he'll have himself an option, unless it's built into the contract that he can, ditch out whenever.
Yeah, and now to that point about that 4th year, that 5th year, and stuff like that, the number one thing that the Ravens have to do and that Lamar has to do is they have to focus on ways to keep him healthy. Unfortunately for Lamar, 2 of his biggest injuries happened in the pocket, right? And that's not what you would have expected. But he does take a good bit of damage, once he scrambles, makes plays, all of that stuff. So that's why I wasn't a big fan of them letting go of Greg Roman. I know the fans hated him, and I know that the offense stalled and all that stuff. But look, Greg Roman has a very long track record of just being a good coordinator, and he is a specialist with the run game and mobile quarterbacks, And so at the end of the day, they're going to have to find a way. And it's one of the reasons why I'm happy that they have Odell, because if they have a receiver out wide that you have to cover, and then they have a target in the middle of the field that you have to cover, the synergy there with what you can now call on offense will let you do hopefully what the Chiefs did, where they're like, okay, we don't have an elite speedster, so we're just going to play small ball, beat the double high safety that has been killing them. Lamar now has to. It's now put up or shut up time. Quite frankly, unless he goes out there next season and it's like my left tackle got hurt, my right tackle got hurt, my tight end got hurt, Odell got hurt, our third wide receiver got hurt, the janitor got hurt. Anything other than a cataclysmic, everybody's hurt. What are the odds of this happening? No one cares. And the reality of the situation is I think he's going to be okay, because if he has some of those injuries or things don't go well, the bread and butter for him is to win games by any means necessary. And if he has to use his legs to do that, then he can do it. So he has to go out there and he has to have a strong season. Period.
Most definitely.
You got paid. And I'm happy. I thought he deserved to be paid. I'm glad that he got paid. And if they ended up overpaying him, I'm a Steelers fan, so it's sweet for me. So I myself am enjoying it. What's going to be interesting is, let me ask you this: who do you think's going to have the better season next year, Hurts or Lamar?
I would say Hurts, really.
You'd say Hurts.
Yeah.
All right, now take out control for wide receiver, for skill around you. Who do you think will end up playing better? Still Hurts?
Well, yeah, based off last year, I mean, one thing I do know about the Ravens is they're built to be kind of a running team, but
Yeah,
like they've
that's
also
good.
battled a lot of health issues especially with their backs. So I'm just kind of going off what's happened the last couple of years with both Lamar and the running backs, and it's like if they can stay healthy, they'll have a pretty good year. But if they can't, then I don't know, man. I think Philly's, they're kind of pissed, a little bit salty about losing to the Chiefs. They're going to have something to prove next year. I'm not sure how their draft's going to pan out this year, but I think
Historically, they do very well.
right.
They
So
draft
I
very
just
well.
I don't know. It's one of those things. Like I remember, you know, when Denver would like lose in the playoffs, like when they lost to Jacksonville, they came back the next year to go to Super Bowl and beat Green Bay. It's one of those things. Like Philly was this close, like this close to beating them, and uh, the Ravens, even when Jackson's playing well, they come postseason, they just haven't gotten over the hump. So they still got some work to do. Like
Yeah, they do.
even if Lamar has a great year, he's got to prove it in the postseason in order to get the Ravens to the promised land. And I don't know if they're quite there yet. Like it's just something he has to prove. That's really all it comes down to.
Right. No, and I agree. I agree with that too because that has been lost. Lamar. He's had a couple postseason games where I thought he played better than what the numbers said. Now
Mhm.
he has the one playoff win, and in that game, ironically, I actually thought that he didn't necessarily play all that well. It's like the easy example is like if you look at like everyone loves Joe Burrow and rightfully so, right? But if you look at some of his stat lines for a lot of his playoff games, they ain't that great. Now, a big part of that is that horrible offensive line and the really good teams that you're playing, and I think most people would look at it and go, but he was the reason why they won. He was the reason why they stayed in it. It's like you got to take those stats with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? And so for Lamar, there is going to be the question of because if I know you remember this. You had the rising star of Lamar and the rising star of Patrick Mahomes, and it was like they would play one another. And then
Mhm.
it was like, okay, but Mahomes is just way better. Like it's for a while it was like, who's better? And it's like, okay, it's Patrick Mahomes. And I think the Ravens got one of those games off of them. But the reality of the situation is Lamar does have to, at some point, elevate them, make them better, win a game on his back. And it doesn't have to be super dramatic. It doesn't have to be like, oh, he threw the game-winning pass with 4 seconds left, and the offensive line they all fell, and let's make a freaking movie about it. It's okay to win gritty and ugly in Baltimore. They love that shit in Baltimore. If they throw too many deep passes, the fans get antsy. They don't know what they're watching. It's like hanging out with Bears fans. What's
Mhm.
a slant? Ugh, run the ball. That's what they know. That's what they've been bred to know. So I'm happy. I'm happy for him. And now I can go back to hoping that he fails and not feel bad about it. Now it's just like, oh, if you throw 50 picks, I will happily be like, yeah, Lamar sucks as the Steelers stomp the Ravens. Like, it sounds great to me.
Well, sticking with quarterbacks, also recently, Aaron Rodgers is now a Jet.
Yeah, it's a big one too.
Any thoughts on that?
Uh, I don't blame the Jets for doing it, but it's not going to get them what they want. Um, for starters, if you remember back, Rodgers originally put rumblings out there in the media that he was mad because he didn't have enough weapons,
Right.
which is what a lot of Brady. One of the reasons he left New England is because like, well, thanks, Bill. You've given me a bunch of cardboard cutouts and potatoes to throw the ball to. A lot of quarterbacks feel that way, and I understand. But now he has had a lot of those same guys follow him to New York. And I'm just going to be honest. I would hate to be a young player and be around him. I mean, last year he openly mocked some of his young players.
Hmm.
He
Yeah,
called
I
out the
remember that.
coach. Uh, quite frankly, I remember I watched this clip from Greg Jennings. It was like 8 years ago, 7 years ago, and he was talking about how Rodgers was not a good teammate or a leader. And I thought he was just jaded. His career is over. I just didn't believe it. Nope, man had a point. And I don't know. He's a very mercurial person, and so he's way better than Zach Wilson. I mean, that doesn't take a lot. Zach Wilson's one of the worst. If he retired today, he'd go down as one of the worst starting quarterbacks of all time. I mean, he was literally. Here's a name for you kids. If you don't know the name Akili Smith, go to the old Google machine, type that shit in, and look at the similarities.
They brought
Um,
him up earlier today.
yeah, exactly. And shout out to Akili Smith. He had a drinking problem. I believe he's a pastor now. Has a good life going for him. Kudos to him. He was a garbage quarterback. And that's what Zach Wilson is. So if they're
They said he played only 17 games.
yeah, and none of them. Well, that's not true. I think he might have had one or two. I think he had one good game and maybe one or two decent games for the time. I don't view them as a Super Bowl winning team. They might win that division. The Patriots won't be horrible. I don't think they'll be good. Miami's really interesting, and it's going to come down to Tua. Can he repeat his success and stay healthy? The Bills have gotten worse. I believe they've lost some pieces. Quite frankly, it's hard to take them seriously when their defense I've never seen a defense so good in the regular season just die. And I don't think they're soft, and I don't think that they're stupid, and I don't think that they have bad coaches. I think they do one thing really well on defense, and if it doesn't work, they're just toast.
Well,
I
they are very. It's also Josh Allen, because he really had some issues with turnovers last year, like as opposed to the year before. So
Yeah,
he had
and
some very untimely interceptions, and it kind of
that
got him in a
horrible.
hole.
You remember that fumble
Yeah,
against the Dolphins? It
and
was
against the Vikings, I had one against the Vikings too.
yeah. He was bad. He was bad against Cincinnati. When you said holy crap, but I mean generally, when you look at that game against the Bengals, it's snowing.
What's up, Danny?
Hey, it's that dude. Yeah, you love that Achilles Smith reference. We're thorough with our history out here. Um, but you look at that the setting. It's at home. Damar Hamlin's there. This is one of the teams that the Bills felt disrespected by. How could anyone think that the Bengals were better than them? All this was set up perfectly for the Bills to just manhandle the Bengals, who have a bad line. And the Bengals had two injuries on that line too heading into the game. And Joe Burrow just bitch slaps them for 4 quarters of football. It felt over like 3 minutes into the third freaking quarter. Their defense is doing absolutely nothing well. Jamar Chase is just giggling on the sideline, as he should have been. T. Higgins was looking at all those defensive backs going, damn, I'm going to have a lot of child support payments to make because you're all my son. Like, it was just bad. It was just bad. And I know Von Miller was out, and we don't even know if he's going to make the start of the season, which is horrifying for them because they're paying Allen a lot of money, they're paying Diggs some money, and they're paying Von Miller a lot of money. And I'm not retroactively saying getting Von Miller was bad. They're trying
No,
to win a
I
Super
mean
Bowl.
it was like much like the Rams. The Rams made a push, they got
Yeah,
Vaughn, and then they went and won the Super Bowl. So you try to put pieces together, make that run, but
yeah,
then like I told you when we were talking throughout the regular season last year towards the end, I was like, as we kept going, week by week, I was like, man, Buffalo, man, they're just not looking very strong right now as they did earlier in the
and,
season. So
and
it
Allen
just
did
kept chipping away and
yes,
it kept falling down my rankings. Like I was like,
rankings. And Allen lifted them back up even after he hurt. Did he hurt his elbow or his shoulder? I remember he hurt it against the Jets.
yeah, I
I
don't
think it was his
remember.
shoulder. And he came back and he played through it. I mean, he's a beast. At worst, like if you wanted to tell me that Josh Allen is better than Joe Burrow, I disagree, but I could see it. you could argue. I think everybody on everyone's top 5 list, it's Mahomes, and then you debate Allen versus Burrow. That seems to be the consensus. I like I said, I take Burrow. I mean, Allen's a monster. I'm not saying that he's not. I love how great he's become, given how raw he was coming out of college. But Buffalo, they don't have a lot of maneuverability outside of trading some picks, and so it'll be interesting to see what they do. Um, I would like to see them. I will tell you this now, and I stand on it. If Robinson out of Texas, that running back, is available, and they don't take him, I don't care what they do. Anything short of, hey, we traded up in the top 10, we made something crazy happen. I mean, I'm just saying, 15 years ago, Robinson would have been a top 5 pick. It's only because the running back position is so devalued. They are in one of those spots where a running back could actually do a lot for them.
Oh God, yeah. Because look, Singletary's not bad, but he's not the guy that can do 20 carries a game.
I think he left in free agency too.
Let me
check.
They probably let him go or let him walk because they really do need someone who's a little bit more beefy.
He's like the most average. He's like the most average running back ever. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, because being an average running back in the NFL is a very impressive thing to do. I mean, I'd tear my ACL just putting on cleats. But the reality of the situation is he's not that guy. And they could use him. I read some stuff, and it's liar season, as our friend from the board would say all the time. The Titans are shopping Derrick Henry, and one of the teams that he was linked to is Buffalo. I don't like that move for them because, look, I thought he was going to fall off last year, given all the mileage on his body. That guy's amazing. Everybody loves Derrick Henry. If you like football, you have to like Derrick Henry. It's the freaking law, right? But God bless it, dude. Like I've never seen a team that was so good struggle to find a legitimate second wide receiver and a starting running back. Like,
didn't Henry just go to Philly?
So that was the other team that he was rumored to. Let me see if he was.
I thought he made it to Philly.
There was a rumor that the GM for the Titans said he hasn't received any calls for him, which doesn't mean anything. As of now, he is still he and Hopkins are the big guys who are expected to be traded sometime during the draft.
Yeah.
I wouldn't touch Hopkins either, because I think he started. I love that guy. I loved him coming out of college.
Well, he's a freak athlete, but he gets hurt a lot.
He gets hurt a lot, and I don't think he's a freak athlete anymore. I think his body has failed him. I think that's why he turned to PEDs and got that suspension. It reminded me of Rodney, that safety. His name was Rodney. He played for the Patriots and the Chargers. Thank you, Rodney Harrison. Towards the end of his time in New England, he had that bad knee injury. And he got suspended because he took PEDs. And he was like, yeah, I did it. You know why? Because I took PEDs and they got me back right, and they helped me rehab through it. I didn't gain any weight. I didn't get faster. I did it. I took PEDs to get suspended 2 games this season so I could play 14 more in the postseason. Sue me. And a lot of people are like, oh, maybe you should be able to take PEDs to rehab. It was an interesting question. I think that's the same thing that happened with Hopkins, because that guy was jumping out of the freaking gym when he was a freshman in college. That wasn't PEDs then. I also like him, so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Right. There's bias. He's one of my favorite wideouts. But to take it back to Buffalo real quick, they need to nail this draft. A lot of people are mocking them like guards and stuff, and I'm like, you are at the point for this window where a guard is not going to make or break the difference.
Look, they do have some problems on the offensive line.
Which is rare for Buffalo.
Josh was really running for his life last year.
Yeah,
but I think that at their stage now, they're trying to make a run for the Super Bowl. So you're better off going to free agency and trying to pick up a veteran O-line if possible.
A second round guard is a beautiful thing. A third round guard is a beautiful thing. I mean, it's just you know you're a Denver fan. You understand this. There are times where one of the things I really liked about Shanahan is he understood. Jaded, cover your ears. You're gonna hate this. Jaded, if you're listening, don't listen to this. Okay, I know this is gonna hurt, and I know you're not gonna like it. But sometimes you can just scheme away offensive line issues, and then you let the playmakers play freaking football. Like, here's a thought. If it's 3rd and 7 and your quarterback's getting his ass beat, maybe a halfback draw might be a good option. You can handle it so much. Joe Burrow, he had a quote. It was one of my favorites. He's like, it's 3rd and 17. I'm throwing a bomb. Who cares if it's picked off? It's better than getting sacked anyway. There's just some certain real life football consequences, and some realities that come with it. And it's funny to me. This just kind of popped in my head as well because we were talking about Rodgers. The Jets have what I would call an above average line, but it's not great.
Right.
I want to see what Rodgers looks like on a different team, and I think a different system. I could never tell what their system was with Zach Wilson because he was just throwing picks and falling down. So it's like it didn't really matter what his system. I just don't like Zach Wilson. I'm just gonna be honest. And I just wanted to take a pot shot at him. I want to see what he looks like with a new offensive line and a lot of different people.
Yeah. Well, with a couple of minutes here before we get into the draft, because like I said, we're going to go in and out as the picks are being made and stuff. But both you and I made big boards for ranking our players, and we're going to talk about them as we go through the draft.
Yeah.
We're not picking, but let's start with the quarterbacks. I'm going to go ahead and post my big board first, and then you'll be able to explain who you got where.
Yeah.
So I ranked them this way because I really do feel like CJ Stroud is the best one in terms of build as well as passing efficiency and NFL readiness. And I know there was some talk about his, tests and stuff like that, but I don't think he's much of a. I'm not super big on that because again, I'm usually pretty hard on Ohio State quarterbacks as it is. Usually I'm pretty right when they come out and I'm saying, no, these guys are going to bust, and I'm usually right about it. But this case, he's a whole different monster to me. I think he's way different than a lot of the other quarterbacks that come out of Ohio State. And so.
Yes, I agree with that. And to add for Stroud, there are a lot of issues with him coming into the season. And he had a rare issue where it's like he has this nice mobility, but he doesn't necessarily use it, even when it's safe. There was the criticism, and real quick, the crazy fans who were like texting him or Venmoing him money because he didn't have social media threats and stuff. You're weird. You need to do better at life. Stop that. No. Okay, now that I have that out of the way, he's in Georgia. He made a lot of nice plays with his legs. He scrambled some, and you're right. He has so much more polish. It feels like there's an intangible where he just understands the game of football better. And I do love him as a prospect. To me, he's an 8.5 out of 10. The 10s are the all-timers, like your Elways, your Trevor Lawrences, the guys who, like, you don't even go, oh, I wish I had that guy, because those guys don't even really exist, okay? And then your 9s are whoever you think falls underneath there, right?
Right.
Some people would put a Cam Newton, a Josh Allen, a Carson Wentz as a prospect, whatever. Okay. All right. The next tier of guys is like he should be a top 5 pick. Maybe if his arm was a little better or he was a step faster or whatever, that's Stroud. And he was so great against Georgia. And I think he might have won that game without that injury to Marvin Harrison Jr. He showed so much growth and development. I remember you even saying, like, he doesn't even play like the other Ohio State quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah.
Like, and I only have Bryce Young over him, and for a long time I had Stroud as my one, simply because I think he's a better pure passer. I think he has better instincts with running. My main issue was, and again, it's comparing diamond to diamond. My only issue was injury concerns. And I sat back and I thought about it. There have been enough small quarterbacks who haven't had major injury issues throughout their entire career. I thought maybe I'm being unfair if that's the one thing that I'm putting Stroud over on him for. And so I hemmed and I hawed, and that's where I got there. Because let's be honest, if Bryce Young weighed 15 pounds more, maybe the perception would be different. And I'd still
Yeah.
pick him. I'd just be crossing my fingers.
Yeah, Bryce Young, I do have him number 2, but like he reminds me a lot of Kyler Murray, and so
With intangibles, though, he's probably a better person than Kyler Murray.
well, yeah, but like I don't know, like it's really weird because Arizona's gotten Kyler some help and tried to the last 2 or 3 years, and they still haven't gotten as far as they should. Now, some of that could be Kingsbury, maybe that's not being a very good coach. I don't know. But as you said, you point about Bryce maybe being a little bit too fragile because of his size. Kyler kind of runs into that similar problem, especially last year. So I really worry about that part of it. Now, I don't like the crap on small quarterbacks, as there's been some pretty successful small quarterbacks, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like, I think Stroud really is the best one of the group.
Okay.
But you can I think any team that gets either one will probably be fine.
I hear you. I hear you on that. And to the point about Murray, and then for Bryce Young, one of the things that killed Murray was, so against the Rams, when the Rams were beating that ass in the playoffs and they won basically by the end of the first quarter, right? Murray was having a meltdown, and there was an infamous, like, he was refusing to run and scramble when it was open, and was just, he's got maturity issues. And so he's another one of those guys. He popped his ACL just running. He didn't even get hurt. It was just a weird injury. And is that more likely to happen to a running quarterback? Well, they run more. Like you could argue it both ways. Young has a pretty good idea of when to slide, when to get rid of the ball. He's very cerebral. Now, you can't finesse your way out of all of that. So did Tom Brady, and Tom's taken some big shots in his career. So I hear you, and you can definitely argue that Stroud was just the better guy. I think for Young, I was really impressed by him when Alabama's wideouts weren't that great this past season, and Young was still really good. But Stroud stepped up, and like I said, you saw him versus Georgia, and then you saw TCU versus Georgia. And so, not to get back into that all again, but when you see that God tier defense and what Stroud did against it, I know you came away from that game going, if you're blaming this kid for that loss, you're dumb. Like, they lost that game for a lot of reasons. He wasn't it.
Yeah, there's just times that even if I have a doubt about a quarterback or a special player, like if they lose a game but the player played out of their mind, Stroud had a great game. Like, you just can't take that away from him.
No, make the kick. Make the kick. And so what do you think about Richardson?
I'm starting to warm up to him a lot more than I initially did. Again, just because of past history and stuff, I'm not big on Florida quarterbacks usually, so I get very iffy with them when they come into the NFL. But I'm warming up to it. In fact, I put him above Will Levy from Kentucky, which I know you have it reversed.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I haven't seen too many of Will's games, so I can't really make a judgment on like his athleticism and his passing efficiency and all that. But
and we know AR-15's physical traits are insane. And the thing with a guy like, you look at Richardson and go back last year and you look at Malik Willis, right? And a lot of people were saying about Malik Willis, he's just so physically gifted, you have to take him in the first round. And then I think he went in the second or the third, or maybe, and I know he went to Tennessee. Richardson is like a step up from that, and Malik Willis is insanely talented, good kid, also hard worker. I still somewhat believe in him. But Richardson is so physically gifted. It's like a team you have to, especially and I don't think he will, but if he falls to like 25, 26, like the mid 20s, if you're a quarterback hungry team and he doesn't work out, no one can blame you for gambling on that guy. Because like what he can do athletically, it's just insane, right? Like it's just, it's crazy how gifted he is. I do have my boy from Kentucky higher than him. I this is and I'm a University of Kentucky fan. I want people to know that, so take it with a grain of salt. But my guy went out there, had the same caliber of statistical seasons as other guys like Jalen Hurts and recent guys like that. Wasn't throwing to anybody, didn't have a great line, was playing in the SEC. And now he did have some. If I was going to ding him on anything, I'd ding him for some decision making, which can be coached, and I would ding him for some real bad turnovers at the end of games. Because at one point Kentucky was surging in the polls. Now, granted, last year was a weird football season, but physically he's a top 10 pick. He's a big reason why Kentucky, which is a basketball school, at least theoretically, fire Calipari. Just gonna throw that out there again, for good measure. He's a big reason why they've become a very respectable football team, football program, and I like them.
Your boy Nick Saban's there with Young.
Yeah. Oh.
We'll see how it goes. Waiting for them to get the ball rolling. So I know some of the mock drafts had Carolina picking Stroud as the number one. Do you have any feelings that it might be someone other than Stroud? Do you think maybe they try to go to Bryce Young?
I think a lot of people are mocking Young to them. I don't know. What I think is going to happen is if it's not one of those two, I will be shocked, because like if they pull a Chicago Bears or they trade up to get a guy who's going to be there anyway, that would be a lot of draft capital to throw away. So if it's not Stroud, if it's not Young, then I'd be shocked. I do think it's going to be Bryce Young. I think that I think that the consensus is that he's a better pure passer, and I think that's what Carolina's looking for. I think that they're trying to break away from some of the more mobile play. However, they did try. Maybe they'll go back to it because they tried Baker Mayfield, they tried Sam Darnold, they tried every busted quarterback from that class. It felt like I think they had a guy named PJ Washington. So at the end of the day, it'll be
musical
interesting.
chairs.
Yeah,
Danny the Dude. I can't wait to see Will Levy set a franchise back several years. Agree or disagree?
I mean, I don't know, man. I think he's going to be pretty good. Danny is also a Tennessee fan. And as a Tennessee fan, you cannot hold his bad takes against him. He's not responsible for them. It's not his. It's not. I'm just fucking with. He could. Here's the thing: if he busts, it's gonna be horrible, and it might be that. So I can't even. But here's hoping. Here's hoping. He might be a Colt. He's been mocked. He's been linked a lot to the Colts.
And yeah, they need a quarterback. They weren't sold on any of the guys they had.
They went from Rivers to Foles to Matt Ryan, to Wentz.
I mean, they tried everything.
Except drafting the guy. Except protecting Andrew Luck.
Right. The one thing they should have done, they didn't do. What a mess that is over there.
It is. I've never seen. I can't take that back. I was gonna say I've never seen a roster so good be wasted like that, but that's not true. But you look at how good that defense was, and their line was pretty bad last year, but I think that was coaching. Although I do think that they probably, if they were honest, they'd probably regret giving Quentin Nelson that much money, paying a. There's always a Blaine Tabbert guy, who randomly shoots up the boards. Now that is an interesting point.
That's probably a dated comment there.
That's a fair point. Mm-hmm. I would disagree that applies in this instance because heading into this season, he was viewed as a guy who could have been the number one overall pick if he had a great season. So I think he was on people's radar. And he had a really good year the year before. So I don't know if I agree with the Tennessee hater, but that's not the worst argument. God damn it, Danny.
But Paxton Lynch, I don't have to go any further with that. Like there are quarterbacks that if they're if they're like so needy, like if the team is so needy, they're gonna reach for these quarterbacks, and that could be one of them. But the fifth one we had on our list. Wait, we're gonna check in with Mr. Commissioner now. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
He
He is so hated. I love you too, Danny.
Okay, welcome to Kansas City and the 2023 NFL Draft.
I made $50 million last year for no reason.
On the road, we get to celebrate the draft in the Super Bowl winning city with fans of all 32 teams and the Chiefs Kingdom.
Screw the Chiefs!
As you can see, I have some friends on stage with me that you might recognize. They are Kansas City natives and love this community and their Chiefs.
That's
Give
my
it
guy,
up for
Game
Eric
Changer.
Stonestreet and Heidi Gardner of Big Slick, Kansas City.
Quarterback hell is not fun. My man hates the Chiefs so much.
Fucking hate them.
Fucking juvenile.
Okay, Kansas City, I'm so happy to be here. And it is my honor to bring to the stage right now Chiefs legends.
Thank you, Danny.
He misspelled
Thank you.
KFC.
Shields, give it up!
He wants some chicken.
All right, Kansas City, I want to hear you.
I'm so drunk.
Champions! This
I don't
is
know what
how
time
we
it
do
is.
it. I get the distinct pleasure of welcoming two people you might recognize. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
Close your eyes, Anubis. It's okay.
Catch up, boy.
Is she wearing combat boots under that dress?
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Oh, he's got to close your eyes. This is painful. I mean, he's great, but is he as great as Kenny Pickett? I don't know.
But he never gave the trophy back after the parade, or what?
Took it. He just took it.
Just took it.
Hold up. Kansas City, I think we can do a little bit better than that. Chiefs Kingdom, can I hear you out there?
It's not even your pick, asshole. Get them clowns off the stage.
All right.
You know, they call him this generation Shannon Sharp.
Hey, we fought for our right to party, baby. How about it? This thing shiny or what? Goodell, you gonna give me this mic all night? Hey, you ready to trade up for the #1 pick this year or what? Beats, get him, Beats! All right, Kansas City, it's time to get the show started. The 2023 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
All right. So they are up, and so you feel pretty good with Bryce Young being that pick.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Bryce Young. If they take Stroud, I can't hate it.
Well, yeah, it's, oh God, you can imagine though if Young tanks and Stroud goes on to have a great career.
That there's a curse with having that #1 overall pick, man.
Unless it's like the diehard shoe and like Andrew Luck or something like.
Yeah.
But you remember the whole like Ryan Leaf and Peyton Manning thing.
Yeah.
It's like, eesh, I don't know about that.
Well, you don't get to know that. No one knew that Ryan Leaf had those issues until the spotlight was on him. It's like you mentioned my Matt Prater jersey on. I'm ready. Yeah, you pick in the 3rd round, buddy. You don't need to be ready. I love you, Danny. It's like Paxton Lynch. I was a huge fan of that draft pick because he was so talented. I remember to this day when Mo, shout out to Mo, when Mo linked an article that said that the Broncos knew that Paxton Lynch was lazy. And I was like, well, if I knew he was lazy, I'd tell you not to draft him. Why would you draft a I've never seen a lazy quarterback do well. Ever.
I mean, I didn't even know about all that with Lynch, but I was very hesitant because of, I mean, look, Memphis is not a bad school,
No.
but it's kind of the same philosophy that you have about TCU, because it is something when you're at the collegiate level and like it's the type of competition you're playing against.
Mm-hmm.
So people say, yeah, you can have a player come, like let's say Sharp comes from Savannah State and he has a great career, right?
Yeah.
But that's not really the norm,
No, it's not.
When we go into the NFL draft, we're looking for players that are like playing against like NFL quality players. So that's why you have the Georgias, the Bamas, and all them up there. Like, there's a reason why these guys are always competing for championships, and that's a big thing.
And it swings the other way because you see a lot of guys, and this is Jaded's point. Like Alabama puts a lot of guys in the NFL, and a lot of them don't bust, but how many of them are actually, go on to be all-time greats? And I remember there's an article I read. It was about 6 years ago. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Danny. That's
No, I was
Danny.
gonna laugh.
Danny's
Danny's gonna find this funny.
Dan-
Okay, so
Dan-
Danny will find this funny.
Danny is killing it, but there are people in the NFL who shy away. Their scouts, they remained anonymous. They go, I don't like to pick too many players from Bama because I feel like the coaching that they get, how selective they are about their starters, they're not going to get much better once they go to the pros. And at first I was like, that's insane. And then I started paying attention to it. I don't totally agree with it, but like there might be something there. Now there are some guys who come out of that school that are just going to be great. You look at all their wideouts that come out, more often than not, those gentlemen are very, very good.
Is this the point though where I should tell Danny that I really don't like Tennessee?
Yes, Danny needs to know that immediately.
In fact, during the '90s, like I used to root for Steve Spurrier and the Gators to play against Tennessee all the time.
Oh man, Spurrier, what a stud he used to be.
Yeah, there were some coaches that were really built for the college level. He was never good in the NFL, but the college level he was pretty good.
You mean the 7-step drop back every play in the NFL won't work?
Well, I thought it was funny because when Spurrier went to Washington, he's like, I'm going to sign all my Florida Gators, Danny Warfel and all them. And he's like, I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Like, no.
Yeah, that's a bad. Well, you know how well that method worked out because to a lesser extent, Urban Meyer tried to do the same thing, and you saw how long his coaching tenure was in the NFL.
It's nuts.
Yeah, I knew Urban Meyer was.
That's true, Tegan. That's true.
Do you remember when Urban Meyer said, "Hey, I don't know who Aaron Donald is, but I heard he's pretty good. Maybe we'll double team him." It's like, oh, Urban, you're going to get slaughtered. What did my guy say? Can you pull up that last comment real quick? The Florida thing hurts a little. There's one that just popped by.
Yeah,
from
Tegan.
our other, Bama creates great role. Yes, I agree with that. And they can be starters, but if you want some dominant, it feels like if you want some dominant players who contend for national championships, it's like go draft a corner or a wideout from LSU, like those. That
Man, they must be really thinking this pick over.
Maybe we should. Meyer went the hardened approach with okay. I know what that comment. My man is referencing James Harden, the basketball player, who is going to rejoin his Rockets. Come on, are they fielding a trade? I would love it if they're like, we're just going to flip a coin. We liked both quarterbacks. We weren't sure.
Oh my God. No, I don't. I can't imagine Reich will be that stupid. I really don't.
They're gonna be. God, when we talk about these quarterbacks, I always think about Hendon Hooker, and where he
Oh
might
yeah, I wanted
fall
to
if
get to
he-
him because he was the fifth one on both our lists. Now, granted, he had the injury, and that really kind of ruined their chances.
Yeah.
They were pretty good. They probably would have made the playoffs. Like they were
Yeah,
really, really good.
it sucked, and a lot of people were like, "Well, he was a 1 year wonder anyway," and I'm like, "But there's precedent of guys who have had one big year coming out of college and then doing very well." That argument I think used to be a better argument in the past, and the thing with Hooker was that the arm is it the best arm you've ever seen? No, but it's a good arm. His mobility, is he the most mobile guy you've ever seen? No, but he's pretty mobile. Is he the biggest, strongest guy? No, but people are like, well, how big and strong can he be if he got hurt? And I'm like, oh, go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
That guy, he was horrifying to play against. I don't
yeah.
know if they would have beat
They beat
Georgia.
Bama, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they
So
did.
I mean, it's not like they were a fluke. I mean,
No, they weren't, and they beat the shit out of some teams too.
yeah.
Um,
As
and
you like to say, TCU squeaked by, but
yeah, TCU squeaked by. Oh, come on, Carolina. Are you just being dramatic?
they're shaking hands about something. So they got their pick in, I guess. Let's see what they're gonna do here.
Yeah.
Anytime, this is like the most dragged out first round pick ever.
I know. Like, look, we're conversationalists, but we help us out, Carolina. Like, I only have so many TCU jokes. All right, like I gotta save. But we can go back to the quarterbacks too, because let me ask you this.
Okay.
Just sake of argument, Denver doesn't have a quarterback. They have capital to go up and get a guy. They're not going to get Stroud. They don't get Young, right? Because the two teams who can take them aren't coming off them. Just to make the hypothetical make sense.
Uh-huh.
You trade up to the 20th pick and you take Anthony Richardson. You should get him at 20.
Right.
You okay with that?
Yes. And here we go. Let the booze rain down.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback.
Oh!
There we go. Hey, what's going on, KL Entertainment Reviews?
It's official.
Evan,
Bryce Young,
what's
the
up,
new
brother?
face of the franchise for the Carolina Panthers. They moved up weeks ahead of the draft to be able to pick the guy that they thought would be the face of their franchise. And didn't have to worry about any other selection in this draft. Lance, you said it. Hey, this is a little bit of a tough fit from a new quarterback.
Yeah, man. So you called it, brother. You called it.
It was. I felt like it was one of those two, and then it's just pick one. That's a really good point. Hooker does have great IQ, but people are scared of his age. It's his age and it's injury. But he's not like.
Was he a redshirt?
I think he's I think he's 24 now. So he's a little
okay.
bit older. The thing of he's not like Brandon Weeden. You want to talk about throwing away a first round pick for a quarterback? The Browns, when they drafted him, I was popping champagne. With Hooker, let me make sure I'm remembering his age properly. I'd still draft him. He should not drop out of the second round, in my opinion. He's 25, so he's actually a year older than I thought he was.
Yeah.
I would have taken him in the first, injury notwithstanding, and I'd take him in the second round. God, it just sucks because it really felt like he was a guaranteed first rounder until that issue. To get back to that hypothetical, let's say it's not Richardson. Let's say it's my boy from Kentucky. You get him at 20. Are you still good with that?
Whew. God, man, it's almost a draw there for me, really. It's one of those cases where I would have to really do my homework and scout them very properly because, when I look at Stroud or Young, it's a little bit easier to say, okay, he's our guy. We're pretty comfortable with him or them being our guy. But when you get down to the last three, like Hooker and Richardson and them, it's like you really got to, like with Hooker, you got to make sure that he's recovered and, is going to be able to play. Now, I don't know if I would take Hooker at 20 as compared to the other two, but
Right.
I don't know. It's one of those things. Like, I think in this day and age, I feel more comfortable taking a quarterback in the top 10 than I do anytime after that. Like, I don't know. Even though you can strike gold sometimes with that, I don't, it's not, it's kind of rare.
Yeah, and part of it also comes down to the class, right? Because there are some classes where it's like, holy crap, there's three guys, and then your fourth or fifth guy. Denver trades to get hookers.
My dream scenario would be, though,
Russell Wilson doesn't suck.
well, but like, we that good Jaden would be so mad. We draft Stetson Bennett to be his replacement, and Russell backs him up.
Oh God. Oh my God. Let me tell you something. As you're Niners fans. Okay, so you have everything but the quarterback.
Yeah, so Kevin, he's my boy. He's the one I do cinematic synergy with, and
yeah,
he's out of the UK, so they get a little bit of football over there. But that's kind of cool, the Niners, they're pretty good right now. So
God, yeah, they poor Trey Lance, my guy.
I saw something recently though about Lance and Purdy that their measurables were almost the same.
Russell Wilson doesn't suck. Was good. Thank you, Danny. So I think it depends on the measurables because, like, for arm strength, it's Lance by a mile. I know that Lance has a lot more mobility in terms of like height and weight and whatnot. It might be that's what killed Purdy actually was his arm strength. Now I think that we should be careful.
Wrecked too, though. So
yeah, I mean that was uncomfortable to watch that man's arm move like that. Someone tweeted Brock Purdy's arm knows what Joe Theismann's leg feels like.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
You know what?
For our younger viewers, don't go. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do you want to know what the secret is to why Russell sucked last year? Do you really want to know?
I want to know.
A few years back, when Russell was in Seattle, right after they kicked our ass in the Super Bowl, the following season, right? Or at least I think it was the following season, or maybe the season after when he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
This one over here is like, I hope he breaks his leg Theismann style. This is why now we're paying the price.
God.
For this.
Oh, no.
So Neko cursed us with that shit.
Oh. I'd love to take my brothers to the States and watch them play live. Would be his dream come true. My dreams come true in Chicago this year, G-Fest. Well, congrats on G-Fest, and that's super dope. Yeah. And I will tell you this. American football, going to an American football game, all live sports are great. Like a baseball game is great. It's got a different feel to it. But American football game has a different vibe to it. And I don't know if you've had a chance to go to an American football game, but I hope you get to go. I hope you get to go with your brother. And if you go see your Niners, you'll probably win that game because they're really good at football. They are very good at football. Have a hell of a coach.
Crowd here. Texans are up.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State.
I'm glad they didn't overthink that one, Mr. Stroud. I'm so sorry.
And the speculation that the Texans might not go with the quarterback, and it could be a defensive player.
What?
Well, it turns out they said, no, it's all about the offense. And we now have our guy a sense of relief as you look at C.J. Stroud here. Looks like
because D'Amico Ryans is their new defensive coach.
Maybe he didn't even know that this was going to be
people thought they might go Carter.
What'd you say?
A lot of that speculation was D'Amico. I think his name is D'Amico Ryans. He was a hot head coach candidate. He played for the Texans. A lot of people thought that they were going to go Carter or maybe take a corner, but it's with Carter's off-field issues and his potential lack of intangibles, I guess is one way of putting it. And I'd still draft Carter, by the way. They needed a quarterback. I feel bad for him because he's going to go play in Houston, but he's a millionaire now, so there's that. Good luck, CJ.
Who does Arizona go with here, do you think?
If I was Arizona, they need everything, so I would say trade down. But if they're gonna stick on that pick, I'd take what is that corner's name? Christian Gonzalez. I would take Christian Gonzalez or Will Anderson.
Well, that's a good thing because I actually have Gonzalez as my number one on my big board. I think you did too, actually.
Yeah.
So if they go that route, yeah, they do need a lot of help because, as much as they had J.J. Watt and all those guys on that team, and I don't know, they kind of underachieved a lot too. So
yeah, their defense fell off. They've lost so much talent. Newcastle, England. Yeah. Well said. Seeing live sports in general, there's nothing like it. The dream is you get to go with your brother and take Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go over. I want to go over when there's a World Cup.
That'd be dope. You go to the Super Bowl and then you go to the World Cup. God bless Arizona is so, bro. They were amazing 2 years ago. Like they looked like they were so good. And look, Clint Kingsbury was a horrible coach. He was not respected in the league. He just so many bad things. You can look at his second half record, his all that stuff. But fuck me, man, Arizona's so bad. They don't even get Murray at the start of the season either.
You're right. Yeah, that's a mess too.
Yeah, they might be picking here next season.
Oh yeah. I look, there's a lot to like about Murray, but then at the same time, I really worry about the durability, and this is my issue with Young because I'm not sure. Like as long as I can protect him, he'll be fine. But if he's going to get beat up in there at Carolina, they're going to have problems. You know what I mean?
My concern is whenever you have a young quarterback, you need a real weapon to give him, just so he has some lifeline. And they traded DJ Moore to the Bears, so I understand taking the quarterback. You take the quarterback, but God bless it, they didn't do him any favors. But you're right, they have to protect him.
So he showed up. Supposedly he doesn't move, but out of
choice, some highlights here.
Needs
Stroud. To move more. But is the progression? Is it always there consistently? Because not for nothing here, David Carr, who you brought up a little bit earlier, I said to him on Total Access a few weeks ago, "What's the difference between Stroud and Bryce Young?" And he said processor. He said, when I watch Bryce Young, boom, 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 he goes through the progression like this. You just showed me a throw, and I'm with you. I mean, goes for.
Well, you mentioned that about Young, that he is a more accurate passer, and that he does process it a lot faster than Stroud does right now.
I don't think he processes. I think he processes faster. I would disagree with a lot, but David Carr is a very good analyst. So, the rugby union. we don't know about rugby over here in the States.
I just call it like mud wrestling.
That's what happens when you have a grass field.
Poet picked Arizona to trade.
Yeah.
Is that what Arizona's doing? No, I was getting down to the nitty. Oh, they did. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Because Indiana's next, I think. Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Yeah, really taking their time though.
Well, when you're gonna fuck it up, you might as well delay it as much as possible. They're gonna take like a fucking guard or some shit. I don't know. Like I just. There's some guys who get drafted to a team, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well, yeah, they're gonna let the Hopkins go, so I don't know. Like they're gonna need help everywhere.
Yeah, their rosters just they lost a.
They just traded. Arizona traded.
Who they traded to?
Texans. So Houston back to back.
Oh, that is insane. All right. Oh my God, they might take a wideout. They might take a wideout or a tackle.
Well, right now, my big board is Quentin Johnston and then
Oh,
Jordan
yeah,
Addison.
we disagreed heavily on that. I am not a Johnson fan. He scares me big time.
Let me go pull up, take a look at yours. Didn't look at your whiteout rankings. You have Nigba Jackson, Nigba
Yup.
Smith,
Hmm.
Buckeyes.
He's gonna dominate. I almost put Zay Flowers up there. Think they'll take Anderson? That wouldn't be. That's a good pick. Carter would be a good pick. I mean, when you're,
I mean, you
there's,
still had Johnston third, so you didn't hate him
I
that
be
much.
off of measurables alone. Like,
Right.
and I almost had him at 4. At one point, I had him at 5. Like, I'm not even lying to you. Steve Smith did a. The XFL is crappy college football, and I hate it. That's my opinion.
I watched some of the XFL when they first did it years ago.
Oh, they took Will Anderson Jr. Yeah.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I went to ESPN because my stream was lagging.
Yeah, well, we're behind on the
Yeah.
browser part of it.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Oh, so they took who'd they take? Anderson? Okay, he was my
Yeah.
I had him. What is he? D-line?
He was the edge rusher.
Yeah, so I did have him first, so that's a good pick there. I think you had him first too in yours.
I had Carter, Bryce Young.
Oh, you did have Carter. Okay.
Yeah. My issue with Anderson, it's a small one, but I don't think he has enough bend in his pass rush.
I wonder what Houston had to give up for that.
I know, that's got to be crazy.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 3rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
Lance, you called it. You said that this is the pick, the answer, the reason why Houston is moving up. And
I was just going to say that
the Texans feel like they're in the arrow's pointing up.
Said what?
I was just going to say that losing Chandler Jones this past season, he did so much work for their pass rush. Their secondary was never, in my opinion, really all that great, and they had a nice pass rush, and without that, it hurt. This guy gets Von Miller comparisons, and I don't think he's as good as Von Miller. I don't think he has an explosive first step. I don't think it's as explosive. I also don't think he has the same bend. He and Vaughn, D'Amico will get his guy. That you nailed it, Danny. That's probably his guy. The reality of the situation is that a guy like Von Miller is a 10 out of 10. I think this guy is a 9 out of 10. He's a stud player. He had big production last year, even though he didn't have, wasn't consistent. He was a legitimate top 5 pick, but I was not as convinced as watching him through the season that he was worthy of the number 1 overall pick. But the prior year, it really looked like he was. So it's a good pick. I hope they didn't have to give up too much to get him. But it'll be interesting. He also had a horrible game against Tennessee where the right tackle, Darnell Wright, just stonewalled him. And he has had a bit of an issue with tackles, behemoth tackles. I don't know if that's a coaching issue. I do know that he does not have that. I think that might actually happen. I think that they're going to take a guy. I thought they were going to go get Lamar. So when they didn't do that, it signaled to me that they're either going to sign another old quarterback or draft one. But Will Anderson Jr., good pick.
Yeah, that's a solid pick.
Yeah.
So the Colts are up. They definitely need a quarterback. They probably would have loved to have one of the first 2 guys, but
yeah.
I actually have Richardson above Levy here, but you think Levy's going to go to the Colts?
That was the name that kept getting linked to them. You could definitely argue Richardson's a better prospect.
Well, I mean, look, Levy is not bad. Like, there's a reason why he's being talked about. So,
close your ears, Wave. You're not going to like hearing that. All right, well, let's take a look at let's see. Let's go O-line. I'm going to show you my big board with the O-line. This is who I've got in mine. I'm not sure how it differs from your board. Let me pull mine up just to double check. Tackle. So I have Paris Johnson as my 1, Skoronski as my 2, Jones as my 3, Darnell Wright as my 4, and Dewan as my 5. Darnell would have been, pound for pound, nobody had a better year than Darnell Wright. The problem is that he's a right tackle, and I'm not one of those guys who says a tackle is a tackle. Left tackles are much more important. They get paid more money. At the end of the day, Skoronski is a guy who has short arms. You've heard me go back and forth. You know, there's all kinds of Hall of Fame and All-Pro tackles who, quite frankly, have had good careers. Arm length matters. It is not a disqualifier unless you have literal T-Rex arms. I think that Skoronski is a NFL tackle. I think he'll be a good one. I think Paris Johnson after a year, and he might need to go play right tackle for a year, kind of like what the Lions did with Sewell. I think that he has a high ceiling, and I think he's a stud. I think you're getting that quarterback, my man. I think you are.
Oh, looks like people are ahead of us.
Stream slower?
Well, yeah, whenever you're on a browser like I am, because I'm doing the feed through this, it's going to be a little bit behind the actual thing. So I'm trying to avoid the other one, but we'll eventually get to the pick here.
Do you want to know who it is, or do you know who it is?
I'm assuming you were probably right.
it was Richardson. So
wow. Okay.
They went AR-15. I have I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the strongest, 1 being the lowest, how much of a problem do you have with that pick for the Colts?
None.
I think that's
right. I wouldn't have a problem with Levy either, because they're so desperate for a quarterback that they have to take the shot. You have to take the shot. We hear it occasionally whenever we talk about it on the board, the Broncos board, about how you don't stop trying to trade or draft people just
with the 4th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida.
Gilmore got traded, I saw.
Well, I'm telling you, this was a conversation that I had with, I think it was Bucky.
What were you saying?
I saw that Stephon Gilmore got traded on the ticker.
Yeah.
I like the Richardson pick. I mean, here's the thing. If they expect that kid to be an all-pro on day one, then he's going to bust, because they're not going to be realistic. Anthony Richardson has God-tier talent. And given how the Colts have been trying to, we have a strong roster, we can contend with anybody. You might as well, that roster is starting to age a little bit. You got to start paying some guys. You might as well take a guy that needs some development. Yeah, and that's a good point. Minshew might need to start for a while.
That's Jada's boy.
That's jaded. Minshew might need to start a while. Or, I'm a fan of, like, I'm going to put you on the field, you figure it out, we're going to support you. Like, I think you can learn on the bench. I think you can learn by doing. I think
I think from my personal taste, like, when you have a young quarterback, that in the case of Indy right now, like, you definitely want to use Minshew for at least half the season, regardless of what your record's going to be. Just use him half the season.
Yeah.
Now, granted, if they're in the playoff hunt and they're like undefeated, then just
Yeah.
keep them in there. But if they're struggling, just let Minshew do his thing and let Richardson learn a little bit. And then by midseason, go ahead and throw Richardson in there to get him some reps and to get the feel of the game. And then he can just kind of play it out and see how it goes.
That's a good point. I would say if they go 0-4 and their season's done, you might as well throw Richardson in there.
Right.
And the thing with Richardson too is, there's a certain point, like now people are starting to say, it used to be in the 70s, right? It was like you get 5 years to find out if your quarterback's any good. Well, the game is sped up, there's better coaching, yada yada. Some people are saying you only get 2. I think it's a case by case scenario. I think it is around 2 years. But teams need to be open to the fact that it might be a third year or there might be an injury in year 1, and that delays development and things like that. They have to do right by these quarterbacks. They have to give them the things to succeed with. And by the way, the Colts don't have a number 1 wide receiver. They have Pittman, who's a number 2. Yeah, exactly. Pittman's a good player, but he's a number 2. Get that man. If you remember, Reggie Wayne was still pretty good when they drafted Luck. Get that man someone to throw the ball to.
Yeah, I've got these guys up there, so got a few to choose from. I don't know when their next pick is, but probably won't be till maybe Hyatt. I don't know.
Okay.
But it just depends. Like, I don't know if they're going to trade back up or, what the deal is with that.
So my confusion with the Gilmore pick was that happened earlier, and they sent him to the Cowboys, and that's why I was confused because I thought they had already traded him. So I was like, oh, that trade didn't go through. But yeah, they have Jonathan Taylor, who I hope bounces back. They have Alec Pierce, Ali Cox, and Michael Pittman Jr.
Yeah, that's Scrub City right there, man.
That is, they have 3 guys who would probably not start for the Bengals. Is basically what I'm looking at there. Pittman Jr. is a good player, but he's a number 2. Ideally a number 2.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Indy, I might even go and place a call to Cincinnati and see if I can get either Boyd or Higgins off of that roster.
I agree. I thought they were going to be in the running to get DJ Moore when he was available. I hope they don't trade for Hopkins because I do think that he is washed. Unfortunately, or maybe not washed, but I don't think he's definitely not going to be what he used to be.
Right.
Good Lord. I still can't believe the back-to-back trades. I only see that shit in mock drafts. Right. With the one team, like I'm going to pick him, then I'm going to trade and then pick another guy. I like to take this moment, as I oftentimes do on the stream, for no particular reason, just to say fuck Deshaun Watson. So Deshaun Watson, fuck you. I'm going to work that in at least once every time. We could be doing this 20 years from now. Still going to say fuck Deshaun Watson. Also, I would like to say fuck you, Brett Favre, too. You piece of crap. So other than that, back to the draft. I want to see one of the corners get picked.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but a lot of teams are still hungry for quarterbacks right now.
Yeah, they're pushing down a lot of talent when the quarterbacks go. Wideout depth is good for day 2. It's already one of the more exciting drafts. Well, yeah, this one when you have quarterbacks who are worth taking early, like I said, that's exciting. The trades are exciting when those quarterbacks go. There's a lot of other great players at positions who kind of fall down the top 10.
Well, not only that, but I think last year we didn't even have any trades, at least not early. So it's been pretty crazy.
It was the big Aaron Rodgers demands a trade thing that dominated it. And then you only had Pickett go in the first round.
Most definitely. All right, Kevin. Well, take care of yourself, buddy, and work hard, man.
Hey, thanks for stopping in. We appreciate you.
Most definitely, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, who do you think?
So we got Seattle. I know they kept Smith. They still got a lock there, so they're good at quarterback in terms of who they're going to stick with. They lost a lot of players. I think they could possibly look at running back, man. And even though I don't have a lot as far as like my big board because of the first round, these are the guys that I would consider.
Yeah, Robinson's a stud.
They've had some problems like running the ball with consistency, and so
they've had some injuries at the position. Their pick is in. You'll like their pick.
Okay, cool.
You'll like their pick.
Like a poet's ahead of me here. Another surprise.
I know our stream is slower than his.
I turned mine.
If you go on a like on your phone to a ticker or something, it will show you like real time.
Yeah, I turned off my stream just for the bandwidth. I'm just checking. Since we're behind anyway, we might as well. It's good to throw it up on the TV too. But do you want to know who it is? If I see it, should I tell you? How do you want to proceed going forward?
I'll be surprised. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm glad that you guys are kind of just saying, "Hey, that's cool. I want to check it out."
Gotcha. No, I
So
respect
we'll see how it
too.
goes.
Because some of our viewers might be watching this on their main screen too. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, I did not know. Maybe I need to go to the barber. The beard's getting a little long.
Yeah, man, I had to shave. You couldn't even get sexy for me on the screen.
Maybe I'll let it grow for another 3 months and get sexier. I don't know. You don't know. I got the hair slicked back. I don't know. What more do you want?
And I'm surprised there's like no Steeler uniform on you.
Yeah, something bad happened to the jersey. Something very bad happened.
All right, let's see what the hot.
With the fifth pick.
No, always be a hater, Danny. Always be a hater.
Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois.
Good
pick. Yeah.
Devin Witherspoon, one of the more physically gifted. I should maybe end it at physical in terms of that cornerback position. Bucky was the number one corner on your.
Yeah, he was a beast last year.
Yes, he was. So I was still living in Illinois during the college football season, and let me tell you, they love that guy. And the fans do, and they should. I had him second on my list. I had him behind Gonzalez because Gonzalez is. Hey, thank you, Nico. Thank you for not picking on me, like your Viking brute of a husband.
Yeah, I got to keep it real.
You got it. You know what? It's painful, and I hope you get shingles. How about that? Russell Wilson? Anyway.
Not this way.
I got Pickett, and you got Wilson. So. Yeah. Maybe my guy will bust, but at least I won't pay him $300 million to do so.
At least the Steelers got Pickett and not the Ravens or something. Or any other team I hate.
Yeah, Witherspoon, he's like that traditional Seattle corner, right? They love the big physical guys. Speed is a plus, but it's not mandatory for them. I think they still run that same cover 3 system that they did back in the Legion of Boom days. My Witherspoon ran a 4.4. He's not slow. I would have gone with Gonzalez because Gonzalez ran a 4.3. He's also huge. He's also physical, but the difference between him and Witherspoon, the biggest difference other than speed, in my opinion, is Gonzalez was able to play in the slot. He was able to play press. He was able to play trail position. He was able to play cover 2 and cover 3. And Witherspoon is a stud. Yeah, he does that. He hits you. It feels like it's a lot. Yeah. No, he is a violent man on that football field.
Kind of back you want.
Yeah. No, he's got a little Rod Woodson to him. Smart player, and he has a lot of hate. And I like and I like that in a football player.
Just hates life.
He hates yours. I mean, he's gonna be, and again, picking Witherspoon over Gonzalez, it's a preference thing. Witherspoon is a monster, is a good pick, even though I have a guy ahead of him. They're gonna love him in Seattle. They will love him in Seattle. Now that I've said that, I've doomed him. He's gonna be horrible. They're gonna be running 9 routes on his ass all game long, and yeah. But he was described. One of my buddies who's an Illinois fan. He said if Marshawn Lynch was a cornerback, he would be Devin Witherspoon. So those hits don't lie.
Oh wow! So Detroit traded the Cuda to the Falcons.
Yeah.
That's
and that was
great.
the guy who was going to replace Darius Slay.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, Detroit. Now, Arizona. I'm a Darius Slay guy, though. Arizona. Let's see who they're going to take.
You know who's not a Darius Slay guy?
I think I know the answer, but who?
The guy, I can't remember his name.
Oh, the guy he kept picking off over and over again?
No, the guy, our quarterback who we hated so much. Because who was backing up block and he let him run for like a return TD.
Oh, yeah.
Abe's guy, I should say.
Yeah, Bridgewater.
Yes.
I mean, he's better than Drew Lock. Not that that's very hard, but he's a lot better than. I mean, Drew Lock was very close to being Zach Wilson bad, and that the numbers aren't lying, bro.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Is Drew Lock still in the league? Is he still with Seattle?
Yeah. They fight and I re-signed him.
Hey, good for him. Make that backup money. Shout out to Shane Falco.
Shane Falco. What is he doing these days?
Marijuana. a lot of.
Well, I'm gonna go through and just show some of my other
let's
big board stuff. So we've I showed earlier a little bit of Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, Miles Murphy. Those are basically the top 3 that I have on my big board.
So did you combine edge rushers, the linebackers, with
that? Yeah.
Okay,
so all like your DTs and stuff.
No, I gotcha. That's not a bad. I would let me look at mine real quick. So I'll switch to edge. So for edge, I think we both would have had, or we'll just say pass rusher. I think we both had Will Anderson, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my number 2, and again, I try to be fair. So the guy's name is Tyree Wilson. Okay, I don't think he's actually very good. I think he's a much better physical specimen than he is a pass rusher. He's better against the run than he is the pass rush. He reminds me a lot of Michael Johnson from Cincinnati, and then he went on to play in Tampa and got a big contract and did not do very well. The thing with Tyree Wilson, and the reason why I still put him second, is one, I try to humble myself and realize that just because a guy reminds me of another, Michael Johnson was a good player. He had a couple 9 and 10, I think maybe an 11 sack season, so he was good. The second thing is his talent is just undeniable. The issue that he has is he only has, from what I've read and from what I've watched, he does not have a lot of pass rush moves, and he doesn't have a counter. So if you can withstand his bull rush, he's not hitting you with a swim move. He doesn't have an in and out. He does not have a lot of things to do. Now, there's another guy you could compare him to who's a lot like that, and Ziggy Ansah, who got to the NFL and was a stud before injuries, and he picked up a couple pass rush moves. And, I didn't see anything about Tyree Wilson's bio where he wasn't coachable or was lazy. As a matter of fact, I found the opposite. He's a hard worker, and he's a smart guy, is what I kept coming across. So I tried to give these guys some of the benefit of the doubt. especially because, and I think we both agree on this. Sometimes your coaches in college are crap, and you just do what they tell you to do.
Right.
A lot of guys who get better coaching in the NFL.
Yeah,
Drew
he
Lock
did.
said he's learning so much in
He
Seattle.
did. He said that.
Yeah,
He did say that. Yeah.
he's learning how to roll blunt.
The Detroit
maybe.
Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr.
That's a good
Ohio
pick.
State.
That's a good pick.
It's you in a lot of ways.
That's
So
a very
he's
good pick.
psyched.
Yeah,
He's very happy.
that's a good pick. You might. Hey, this way, if he screws up at left tackle, your starting quarterback's not there. So who cares if your backup gets maimed? See, big thinking, big thinking. I can't
Yeah,
break
I think
my
I
starting
had
quarterback.
him second.
Yeah,
on
and
my
I
board.
had him first. So we had. By the way, I like that Osiris Torrance guy. He's gonna be a great guard.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what kills me about Paris Johnson going 6th is there was a rumor he was going to be available at 9. The Steelers are going to trade up and take him. And man, I'm a little salty that he's not there. That's right, Danny. That's that big brain. You can't break your starting quarterback if he's not starting. It's science. It's freaking science. Oh my goodness. As Poet Kuiper Sr., I as the grandfather of the draft, I would just like to say,
I love how Goodell thinks that he's like everybody's best friend up there. I'm like, are you kidding me?
they hate you. No, yeah, I will say this: they hug him so hard, he has to go to the chiropractor after draft night. Like, there's no way.
He does. Yeah.
Yeah, there was that he was ended up being a bust, but he was I think a D lineman for the Falcons like 5 years ago. And he gave him just the biggest hug in the world. And I was like, look, he's dying. I'm watching Roger Goodell die on live television. Yeah, Paris Johnson Jr. He reminds me of a tackle, but I don't want to say who it is because he's one of the GOAT tackles. And quite frankly, it's not fair to compare anybody to one of the GOATs. So I'm going to gingerly say this, and football gods, please do not doom this young man. But he reminds me a little bit of Anthony Muniz, the way that he's able to block somebody, destroy their soul, and then go down the field and block somebody else. Now, Muniz is considered by many, there's a consensus. I wouldn't say it's overwhelming, but there's a consensus that he's the greatest left tackle ever. So, and the fact that Johnson was born in Cincinnati and played at Ohio State, makes it a little bit on the nose. But I think he's going to be great. So I've doomed him. I've doomed his career.
You screwed it up.
I am the worst guy. There's still a good few. There are. It's a good tackle class, and so many of them are. All these guys are way better than Mekhi Becton, and that's very important for Jaded to realize because Mekhi Becton sucks. Jaded, shout out to you if you're watching. Mekhi Becton sucks. You don't though, and I love you. So who do you think? Do you agree with the pick? Are you cool with the Paris Johnson pick?
Yes. Yeah, I think that again, you've got so much invested in Murray that you have to have some sort of protection there. They did need help in other areas, obviously, but I think that we've talked about it a lot where you just have to start building up those trenches because Kingsbury got fired, right? Or is he still there?
Oh, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
All right, yeah. So I think the guy that's coming in has the right motive and motivation. You got to get bigger beef up there.
It's something. The one nice thing about having a bad team is you can just look at your team and stay true to your board. If they had Paris Johnson at 6, which I had him, I think around, in the top 12, and a lot of people would have had him around there. You can just take him, and especially when you have a quarterback. When you have the quarterback, you have so much roster flexibility. Where did I have Paris? I had him at. Oh no, I told a lie. I had him at 14. Or wait, no, that's not. That's their ranking. Oh, God, Draft Network. Thank you for showing me your ranking and not mine.
I like how
9.
the Raiders lost Jarrett Stidham, but we picked him up.
Yeah.
I actually like Stidham. I liked him at Auburn, so I'm not too upset about that pick.
He's a viable backup quarterback. And it's just your backup is either going to be someone you're developing or someone you hope can salvage a game or a couple games.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw last year. If Russ can't go, like all we had was like guys that were taken way later in the draft, and that's not really the way you want to go about it.
No, you new Cardinals coach seems goofy as fuck.
Well, as long as he's not as goofy as our guy last year, he should be okay.
Oh man, that killed me. That absolutely killed me. So who are the Raiders gonna screw up? Because it's McDaniel, so they're gonna get it wrong.
Well, they need a quarterback, right?
They need everything. All right, I'm gonna make a prediction. So they're gonna take somebody.
Hey, what's up, my brother?
Oh,
Thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate it.
I hate football, but I want. Well, you know what? We love you, okay? And that's what. Yeah, that's what matters. They're gonna take Hendon Hooker. That's my prediction. They're gonna take Hendon Hooker.
Over Levy?
Yeah, they're gonna take Hendon Hooker because they're gonna get it wrong. This is the Raiders. this is the Raiders. This is.
Thanks, Tony, man. Appreciate that.
Either that or they're gonna take Deontay Banks, who had a crazy combine. Which is basically random as hell. All right, Stidham. Stidham has the Danny the Dude connect. Stidham is the GOAT. Confirmed. Stidham is the GOAT.
Danny's giving me a Stidham love. He's giving me good luck with Stidham.
And he's got Ham in his name.
But you know what's funny is like Stidham, I'll just say like he's kind of like, he's not really Stidham. He's actually Stetson Bennett in disguise.
Stetson Stidham, dude. Their powers combined. They have a super strong arm.
Yeah. I just love trolling the hell out of Jaded.
Oh my. Oh, okay. So I'm not going to tell you who the Raiders picked, but I am going to say.
Do you think it's a good pick?
No. No, I don't. I don't.
Oh, this should be good then.
I don't think it's a good pick.
Was it a position in need?
Yes.
Okay.
Their roster is horrible, so it would be hard for them to not hit a position of need, but it was.
All right, here we go. They're getting ready to come up now.
It was somebody that I was somewhat recently talking about.
It's too bad, too, because Max Crosby's a beast.
Yes, he is.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, defensive end,
he's busted.
Texas Tech.
Bust.
Well, you know,
That's great, Mike.
I kind of agree with you. I mean, look, when I was researching all this stuff, I was a little surprised because I had Wilson initially further down my list, but there was a lot of talk that he's like this sleeper pick.
He's so.
But
fucked.
I kind of see it as, who was the guy that the Raiders took about a year or two ago that it was like a big surprise? Everybody was like a defensive lineman.
Oh yeah, it was the one that got Mayock in trouble.
Yeah,
because people were like, he was a second round pick, a late first round pick type guy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
But
pull
it
up his
shocked
name,
everybody because no one's like, what? They took him? Why? So yeah.
Cleveland Farrell.
Yes.
It was 20. Yeah, it was
Yep.
him. And then in 20. But here's the crazy thing. 2 years ago, you could have said that too, because they took Alex Leatherwood, the tackle from Bama, who is with the Bears now. So, yeah, it's this guy is super talented. Like I said, everyone talks about how smart and hardworking he is, but as a pass rusher, you want to be polished. more so than a lot of positions coming out. And he's not very polished, and it's I'm not even memeing anymore. It's a Josh McDaniels coach team. So he's not going to get good coaching. He's long. He does have crazy speed. He does have good power. He does physically resemble Chandler Jones. He does not have a lot of pass rush moves. He can do that. He's got a football player's mindset. He's dominant against the run. Like he destroys running backs. So I shouldn't say that he's going to be a bust. I think there's always going to be a place for him. Fuck, that's true, Danny.
Thank you,
that's
Danny.
True.
Yeah.
That's true. There's going to be a place for him because he's always going to be a decent pass rusher and good against the run. But I just cannot see if he went. I would have felt more comfortable at him doing well if he went to Arizona than he did. If he went to the Bears at 9, I would have been like, yeah, that's a good pick. I just hate where he went, and he's not super raw, but he's not polished, and I don't like him going to the Raiders. I mean, it's not a bad pick by them, but they're gonna probably fuck it up.
Look, I mean, are they do you think they're trying to pair him up with Crosby because Crosby's on one end?
Yes, and that's going to help because he won't have to go against their best. If he has to go against the right tackle and put strength on strength, he's going to win some matchups because he's country strong. That is a good point. Real quick, Jalen Carter is falling, and he's falling not just because of the racing issues, but people were talking about going back and looking at the last quarter of the college football season. He was taking plays off. I've read, I don't know if it's confirmed, but I've read that he showed up heavy. He turned some teams off by saying he's going to interview with top 10 teams. So there are some character concerns about him, apparently.
A little bit of arrogance, maybe.
Yeah, I'd still draft him because he's like he was as dominant as Ndamukong Suh was coming out of college, But if he turns into an Ndamukong Suh where he gets some suspensions for whatever reason, or if he goes the Jadeveon Clowney way where it's like, hey, I'll always be pretty good, but I'll never live up to my potential, and I'm kind of a malcontent. I mean, I can understand why some teams might shy away from him. He's also been linked to the Steelers. There are people who are saying that Tomlin loves him, and if he's there at 9 or 10, Pittsburgh will trade up to get him. So the corners were linked to Pittsburgh around 8, 9, or 10 for a trade up. Carter was, and Paris Johnson was, from what I read.
What would you like better, Jerry Porter or Carter?
If the Steelers take Carter, that would mean that his background cleared with them. So presuming that they're right, I would prefer Carter. I also just think that Porter is a legitimate first-round corner, but I don't think he's a top 20 pick.
Now, one thing, because obviously I'm a Pickett fan because I was rooting for you guys last year with him and everything, but they still need some help on that O-line, I think, and they still need.
Yes, they do.
I mean, they do have Harris, but they might need someone to spell him. Do you think?
We do have a backup that we really like, a third down back, and his name's escaping me, but we have him under contract. To your point, look, our left tackle ended up being fine. He was average, and he had some decent games against good competition, some not so great games against mid competition. Our right tackle leaves much to be desired. If we stay where we are and took Darnell Wright and slapped him at the right tackle, that would be a win. There are going to be Broderick Jones would be a win. Skoronski would be a win. There'll probably be a tackle there. But if they went and they get Jalen Carter, what they're basically saying is we're going to take him, we're going to take Cameron Haywood, and we're just going to break your quarterback with TJ Watt. We have honestly some good pass rush depth as well, and that would just them being saying like, look, he's the best player in the draft, and we're going to take the chance on him, and I understand that too.
So the Falcons are up. What do you think their biggest need is right now?
I think the Falcons are so bad that they're going to go best player available. I think that means they're not taking a quarterback. I would imagine they have a tight end that they don't use in Pitts. They have a wide receiver whose name escapes me, who's pretty good. They're probably going to try to build something. I think they're going to take a wideout or a running back. I think they're going to build the offense for the next quarterback next season.
Yeah, I think they're going to stick with Ritter for now. So I'm not really sure where to go. Maybe wideout, but
wideout or running back.
Yeah.
For the Atlanta Falcons pick, I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the power of mentorship.
Drake London, that's his name.
The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspired Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back, Texas.
Solid pick.
You see the smile from the Texas running back. He is the cream of the class at the running back position. We just had him on NFL Total Access the other
crop. The phrase you're looking for was cream of the crop.
The crop.
Yeah, the class is very creamy. Then that's my heart hurts for him there. Look, the running back position is devalued, and I understand that. And I don't typically like taking a running back in the first round. Maybe the back half, it's a little bit easier. But this guy is special. Their team is horrible. I did a big board where I did not adjust for position. And there I had him real high. Here I still had him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had him 6th overall on the one where I adjusted for position. So I think I had him 2nd or 3rd on my non-adjustment big board.
Well, yeah,
okay. It's okay for them to take him there.
Yeah, so I of course on my big board, I only went with 2 that I thought would go to the first round, and really, for me, Gibbs is good, but I think Robinson's really the best back in the draft. So I don't think there's a big disparity there between Robinson and Gibbs. So
Gibbs might not. If Gibbs doesn't even go if Gibbs doesn't go in the first round, you wouldn't be shocked, would you?
No, not at all.
There you go. Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Is a guy, and then another recent one where he was taken 20th was Najee Harris. So interesting thing about running backs, a year or two before Le'Veon Bell came out, teams pivoted away from taking a running back in the first round. Bell goes very early on in the second round. Teams start going, okay, we'll take running backs, but only in the latter half of the first round. I think what teams, if they're going to take a running back in the first round, it's not going to be anything less than somebody like Robinson or Barkley. A lot of guys who would have been first rounders back in the day, who would have been the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th best back in the draft, are now going early in the second round. It's just how game changes. Oh, another one, Christian McCaffrey was taken early too. So it feels like you have to be real special to be a first round back.
Definitely. Yeah, it's Barkley's probably the best example. He just stands out so much. It's almost like the quarterback position, like Andrew Luck. Yeah. You have to be that much better than everyone else in your category.
Yeah.
So Gibbs might turn out to be a decent back, but am I gonna risk a first-round draft pick on him versus Robinson? No way.
No, and with Gibbs, I would take Gibbs around 24 on out. I think you could make the argument for a team like, for instance, Buffalo, taking Gibbs at like 20 wherever they're at wouldn't be horrible.
No.
But this guy is different. Now it'll be interesting to see, like if you had a draft where, let's say, Saquon was in this class, then you could justify those two going in the first round. But it's just, oh my God, like look at that. Like he runs like Reggie Bush, but he has like durability, and he just, I mean, I love the crap out of that guy as a player. I forgot that Leonard Fournette went in the well, the Jags took him, so what's that say? Elliott took him. Yeah, I mean, look at those names. Those guys were dominant players.
I'm trying to think, and this is the funny thing about it all, is all those guys. Maybe Fournette probably did get a ring with Tampa, I think.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, playoff Lenny is what
right.
A lot of people.
So I mean, he's probably the only one out of the bunch that's been to the Super Bowl and actually won one.
Gurley went. I think he was still on the roster.
Was Gurley on the list?
I think, Gurley was on the list.
Okay, so he was still with the Rams, I think.
Yeah, but he was hurt, and that Gurley was a dominant player until those injuries, and that
Yeah.
Sucks. It sucks to be a running back now. Randomly. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, it's so uncommon now for a team to really draft a running back high. Like, you just won't get it that much because it's so much of another trade. Who do we got here? What are they saying? Eagles received the number 9 pick. Bears give it number 10 and a 4th rounder. That's pretty cheap, man.
Well, the Bears have an interesting front office. You would have thought you could have at least gotten a 3rd rounder out of them.
Yeah, like that's top 10 pick, dude. Denver could have fucking did that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they were only, I think Philly was only a couple picks apart.
That's true. Yeah.
I think there might have been 1 or 2, but I saw who they took, and it was a player that was on the Bears' radar. So I think it'll be interesting.
Justin's gonna need a lot of help. So
yeah, they got him. They got him more. Everybody hate. Yeah, the 3rd most sacks ever. How'd that Super Bowl goal? Oh, they have to pick in Kansas City. Oh, man.
Yeah, they had to point out that they lost.
Oh.
It's like, dude, really?
Trent Richardson is a
Bears
name.
Have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
You'll like this pick, I
think. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle of Georgia.
Yup. They needed help on that line too.
So if I do say so myself as an analyst, maybe I got a future.
You should be here on day 3 with me.
I will be here on day.
He's in good shape because he's going to have a chance to be in a competitive team, so he's going to be a big impact early.
Yeah, he will, and they need help against the run, and they need pass rush, and he is. I mean, you saw him in that national championship game. He was just. I remember the announcer said they're doubling him now, and it doesn't seem to matter. It's just like, yeah, you're right, it doesn't, and you can't triple someone on the line. You can't. Philly is good. They lost a lot in free agency. They were able to keep Darius Slay, which is huge for them. The Philadelphia has, in my opinion, the best front office in football. They find just these interesting ways to get these great players on their team, and they are able to convince some of their aging veterans to take a little bit of a hometown discount.
What I do like about Carter is, as good as So was kind of like a big, like fatty kind of guy. Carter has like a lot of like mean build.
They have that same body that Sue had when he was young before he got super bulky and had to just kind of be against the run. I mean, and here's the thing, if he busts because of bad attitude or whatever, then they gave up a 4th rounder to move up a pick. They really just would have had a normal, bust. So it's not even that painful. And on top of that, Philly has a great culture. They have great coaches. They are one of the best teams in football from an organizational standpoint and a roster standpoint. And if he comes to fruition, they literally got the best player in the draft at 9 and traded up a 4th rounder to get him. So that is a pro move, as some might say, a pro tip.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, he's a quality player, so like you can't really say no to that at all.
No, you can't. And I know why but I also know why the Bears wouldn't want to take him, because they need help on the D line, but they need to fix their offense. I still think they should have got more than a 4th rounder. I know it was.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, if it's really weird. Like, maybe Chicago was debating taking him. Maybe that's why they were able to finagle Philly to move up.
Yeah, that is true. I shouldn't cast judgment now. Maybe they finagled a 4th rounder out of nothing. Never had a quarterback throw for 4K yards or 30 touchdowns in a season. That's sad. That's sad. Bad quarterbacks throw for 4K yards in the season now.
Yeah, it's almost easy now.
Yeah. Good Lord.
Well, let me go show you some of my other board stuff. So linebackers. Yeah. That's Keon White, Georgia Tech, Sanders, Arkansas, Julie at LSU, and so on. They do usually have Campbell rated higher, but I'm not really sold on him quite yet.
I put Campbell. He barely made mine. I only had 3 names from mine. I had Trenton Simpson, Drew Sanders, and Jack Campbell. The only reason Campbell got on mine was he ran a 4.65, which is adequate NFL speed, just barely. But he has the only X factor that he brings. He's great against the run, of course he is. He plays in Iowa. He's a linebacker in Iowa. He has good hands, and so while I don't think he's going to be covering a lot of dynamic tight ends down the field, I think he'll be able to cover some. And he's not. I don't think he's going to drop too many of those over the middle throws that some might call them a Dak Prescott interception, the variety. But no, man, he's a guy who's opposite of my number 1 linebacker, who's Trenton Simpson, and he's kind of a tweener. He's kind of a joker player. He's not great against the run, but he's so fast. Screw the Bears, and I'm not calling you 2 Bears. Well, thank you. I'm not I prefer to think of myself more as a.
I call poets Stay Puff.
I prefer to think of myself as a god, big strong god. So maybe a bear god. I'll take bear god. We'll meet in the middle.
So yeah, Chicago, they really need a receiver, like, badly.
They need a wideout. So here are the things I think that they need. They could use help in the secondary. They could use help on the offensive line. They could use help at wideout, even though they have DJ Moore. They did trade for Claypool. I swear to God, if they take a linebacker, I'm going to fucking scream.
Yeah, that's not very useful at this point in time.
I want them to take it would just be on the mark for them to be like, we're not paying Roquan Smith, but we'll draft another guy. They should take an offensive tackle, or they should take a dynamic pass catcher. Actually, a wideout. There's no dynamic pass catching tight ends in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a young quarterback, you got to get him some weapons.
Yeah, or protect him.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah, help him.
With the 10th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
Darnell.
All right, so let me see. Go back to this. Yeah, he's down there, but I mean, I kind of mixed them up. So it's like you got centers in there and you've got tackles. So, what do you think?
So like I said, I think he's the best, just pound for pound tackle in the draft. But I think 6'5", basically 6'6" and 333, really sounds like a right tackle. And he played right tackle in college. If now, I will say this: if they went out there and they're like, look, he's the best tackle. We want to run the ball. He's good against pass coverage. Like I said, he's destroyed Will Anderson Smith, and we're going to use him to run the ball. Then it's still a really, really good pick. I would have preferred that they took a more traditional pass blocking left tackle, but maybe they would have if Paris was still there, right? So it's not. It's a good pick. It's a legitimate pick. Um, they did well. They did well. And
well, at least they addressed the offense. Like
yes,
as you
yes.
said, if they would have went defense, you're gonna be like, oh my god, what are you doing?
Right. If they were going to go defense, it would have had to have been somebody like Jalen Carter. And the thing too is, and I do want to be fair, there are analysts who think Darnell Wright can either play left tackle immediately or become a left tackle eventually. So just because I don't think he's a left tackle under normal circumstances doesn't mean that he can't. So I do want to try to. They use the Justin Fields save us offense.
Yeah, I don't think they have well, especially because Fields is kind of young right now, but and I don't think they're even methodical because who's their running back?
Exactly. I think it's Montgomery.
Yeah, so like they're kind of like Buffalo. They kind of really need a better running back, but this draft is not very good in terms of the higher quality. So
there's some nice names in the second round. There's some third round
right.
backs, but there's really only two
There's no
running backs.
Robinson except for Robinson.
Right, exactly. There's only two running backs who even look like they could be special. Now, there's going to be every year there's a really good running back taken the 4th or 5th round, right? So, but the reality is, if you help Fields and you can throw the ball a little, your running game will improve anyway, just because they don't get to stack the box.
Yeah,
So,
last year from the games that I saw, they didn't have much of a running game. The receivers couldn't be relied on. So Fields was spending his time running for 60 to 100 yards a game. Here's the funny thing. Unlike Jackson, in my opinion, he can throw the ball a little bit better. Now, I don't think he's going to be as good as Stroud, but
no, he's.
But when you're not giving him anything to work with, he's got it way. Like if we think that Jackson has it bad,
yeah,
he's got it.
No, and that's what I was saying. Like because I had to, you're not a big Fields guy, but in the thread debates, I would say, look, he has the worst line in football and the worst wideouts in football. And you're like, I still don't think he's any good, but you're not wrong. Like, you said something along the lines of Chicago is so bad that even if you're right, King, you might end up being wrong because we'll never get to know. Yeah. And and one of the reasons why we do this show is we both try to be fair. Like I just argued against myself a little bit with Darnell Wright. You argued against yourself a little bit in there. And the other thing is too, if you have a decent line and some guys to throw to and your quarterback busts, then when you go get your next one, he at least isn't starting with the same shit that you gave your last one, and hey, Sugar, sorry, my bulldog is my little bulldog is being a jerk right now.
I'm surprised. Well, the cat I can hear upstairs, but she's not down here like making a lot of noise. Yeah. So do you think Tennessee, because I saw Danny pull up what he thought the Titans might do. Do you think that they're sold on Malik, or do you think they might go for a Levy here?
I think that they might take a quarterback. I'll put it like this. I feel bad for Malik Willis because I think if you remember that game last, I think they were playing the Chiefs, and they weren't calling plays that he could actually complete. They weren't calling plays that would work. They kept running the ball. There were reports that they were already done with him. I think they went to a place that was going to give a developmental guy a short leash, which is a waste of everybody's time. So I'm not saying that they should be beholden to him. If their talent evaluators are saying, hey, this guy's a stud, we should take him, that's fine. But they're now taking a guy who many people believe is yet again a developmental quarterback. That's
the only thing. Like I I'm not really sold on Willis, but like I'm still a big defender of. You got to give him a couple years in that offense to see what he can do. So that's the important thing. Like you can't just write him off. I know we talk about Josh Rosen a lot. What happened with him and Murray when they ditched off Rosen for Murray, and I know Rosen never panned out, but I kind of felt that he got shafted because he only had like a few games.
He didn't have a ton of starts, and Sam Bradford started for them, and he couldn't even do well. And he was one of the better pure passers. They had that bad line, typical Titans pick, non-sexy. That is what they do. They are a front office who does not believe in wide receivers. They don't believe in. They still believe in 1970s football, and that is why they will never win a Super Bowl with that GM. And I know that they fired the GM after Swole Batman that they traded to the Eagles. God, he's one of my favorite players. How can I not remember his name? He's the wideout the Titans traded to the Eagles. I cannot believe I'm blanking on his name.
Brown?
I think so. Hold on. I'm sorry, folks.
Was it AJ Brown?
It was AJ Brown.
Okay.
Good Lord, I can't remember. He's a top.
Dude, I do that shit all the time. She'll tell you. Like my mind.
I kept wanting to call him AJ Smith, and I was like, no, that's Devontae Smith. You cannot combine the two into one extraordinary running or wide receiver. But they should have taken if they're going to stick around, if they're going to keep wasting time with Tannehill, they should have taken a wide receiver. So their next quarterback.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle, Northwestern.
It's a good pick.
Well, I can't remember just how bad or good their line was last year. I mean,
it was bad. It was bad.
Really?
It's typically they had injuries, and they let Taylor Lewan go. He's always hurt, but he's a good player because typically they have a good line. But they're banged up. They need some talent. I would bet you, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I would bet you they start Skoronski at right tackle, and then swap him to left and take their right tackle, whose name escapes me, and then swap him the other way. A lot of people have Skoronski as a guard because he has shorter arms. They matter. Arm length matters. It's not dispositive. Skoronski, why he's such a great pick is I think he's going to be a legitimate left tackle. He can definitely play right tackle, and you can put him at guard. I think he's going to be one of those guys who's just good at everything. You could put him at center, but that's a waste because centers aren't real football players anyway. So I'm just talking shit. Centers don't beat me up. He's a stud. He's super smart. He's incredibly he's stronger than 313 pounds. Would make you think. The dude ran a 5.16 40 that you just saw on the screen, so he can make it downfield. He's a stud player, and I hope he makes it left tackle because then I can make fun of Jaded for years.
Well, he was the first one on my list, so we'll see how it goes.
Love that guy.
Let's see. Let's go back to let's look at my corners. I didn't show that yet. So here are my corners on my big board. We do have Gonzalez that went earlier. Witherspoon's gone. So now Porter, he's third on my list. Do you still think Pittsburgh goes for him now that Carter's off the board?
I think Pittsburgh would take Gonzalez if he is available. I don't think he will. I think that they will, given where the tackles are. Yeah, I think we're going to take Joey Porter Jr. For my list, I had Gonzalez at 1, Witherspoon at 2, I had Porter at 3, I had Kelly Ringo at 4, DJ Turner at 5, and then Deonte Banks at 6. Deonte Banks shot up the board because of his crazy 40 time, or because of his crazy combine. This is what I will say. If his play matched his combine, he might have been the top ranked corner. I'm not saying he won't be good, but I do think he runs the risk of being a combine warrior. God, fucking Fucking Danny.
Oh my God.
Danny, were you a comedian in a past life?
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
The fam cam.
Let's go. Are we back in 2017?
It's feeling like that.
Fournette and Dalvin Cook and Christian McCaffrey?
Taking a look at the fam cam presented by Allegra. Jahmyr Gibbs. You know, for all the talk about Bijan Robinson, there was another contingent. Bucky, you were part of this, talking about Gibbs and what he brings to the table. Brian Baldinger talking about the not a ton of wear and tear. They didn't take a whole lot of carries, 13th in the SEC last season. Just for context, Bijan Robinson had over.
How do you feel about that one?
I had such high hopes for them.
Yeah.
They had a dynamic offense last season.
Yeah, and in fact, it was high scoring, so I'm really surprised.
It almost got them in the playoffs.
They have no defense. None.
They have no defense.
Wow.
And in regards to defense, the top ranked corner, Christian Gonzalez, is still on the board. Joey Porter Jr.
Gonzalez is still out there? I thought he was taken.
Was Gonzalez taken?
I thought he was.
I thought Witherspoon, it was the corner that was taken.
Well, Witherspoon was taken too, but I thought maybe Gonzalez is still out there. I guess we were just talking because he was like number 1 on our boards, but wow, yeah. So, damn.
I you know what? Maybe they can make the argument. Like, I'm looking at my big board right now, and I think Gonzalez is still out there.
Yeah, well, either way you look at it, they can use anybody on the defense because
they could use anybody on defense. Porter's definitely out there.
Oh yeah, right. Exactly. If you're gonna go for a running back, you might as well went for the best guy on the board.
Yeah, you might as well have just said, "Hey, Gibbs is going to be good, and he's going to be really good on that team because there's so many weapons." Gibbs was a legitimate first-round pick. Not saying that he's not talented. I'm not saying that he's not good. I'm not trying to shit on this guy at all. But I do not understand I don't understand having. See, they have DeAndre Swift.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I don't know, if the only thing they could possibly make up for this is if they spend the rest of the draft drafting defense. That's it.
Yeah.
Because, dude, they were a surprise last year with their offense. I don't really understand the pick here.
Yeah, Jared Goff looked like a good quarterback again.
Right.
2 years ago, it was like, wow, okay, he's average, he's bouncing back. Last season he was legitimately a good quarterback. People can make fun of him all they want. However, I would like to take this time. There are a lot of people on the board, our beloved friends, who make fun of guys like Goff and Cousins, but stan guys like Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. So, just Case Keenums, the old Joe Flacco's, that type of stuff. But God, they have DeAndre Swift, and I know he got hurt, but I can't. I'm looking. Okay, Lucas Van Ness is available. Maybe they're Deonte Banks teams. You have. Maybe they're just like, look, there's just not enough quality defense to warrant this high of a pick. To which I would say,
trade back.
Trade back again, or keep your original pick and then take the stud defender. Because they were,
Yeah.
Now, look, tomorrow I might look at, there might be some perspective tomorrow that I look at and I go, oh, okay, that makes sense. And
Well, to be fair, I did have Gibbs second out of the 2 running backs, but I did not expect Gibbs to go this high at all.
No, I did not expect a team with a horrible defense and DeAndre Swift, especially because they had a power back who was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, actually, I had a couple because they drafted the one kid who I liked from Auburn about 2 or 3 years ago. Now he's been injured a little bit, but he's like a power guy. But then there was was it somebody Williams was the guy.
He was he was super popular because he was the anime fan. He dressed up like Naruto. His name, I had him on Jamal Williams.
Yes, Williams.
He wasn't a huge power back, but he could run between the tackles, and they let him go. So yeah, he's gone. He is not on their team.
Wow, that's shocking. Huh? Yeah, I don't know. Because Gibbs does come across a little bit more like Swift than anybody, so that's really weird.
Yeah, Jamal, he signed with the Saints.
Oh, okay.
That's a team that knows running backs. I don't understand. And again, Gibbs, I like I said, and I think I said this literally earlier, like between 20 to 24 on out makes more sense.
You see receiver here?
I hope so.
Wouldn't that piss off Rodgers?
Yeah, I see receiver
or defense, right?
I see receiver or corner. I think they need a corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been batting about 50-50.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness.
Nice.
Okay, that's a decent pick.
Iowa.
That's a decent pick.
Good pick.
That's a. He's legitimate first round draft pick, pass rusher that you didn't have to trade up to get. There's plenty of wideouts. Has a wideout gone yet? I don't think a right.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So you can trade. Yeah, Johnson hasn't gone. Addison hasn't gone.
Nope.
Flowers hasn't gone.
Nobody.
Jackson. Yeah.
So yeah.
You can trade back in if you want a wideout. Well, it feels like at least one of those guys is going to drop down to the second round. I don't view this guy as a defensive player of the year. 17 to 20 sacks. Is his outlier, huge season. Mm-hmm. I view him as a guy who I think he's going to routinely hit 10 to 12 sacks. He's going to have almost every good pass rusher has one real big year. Maybe have a 16 sack season. He's durable. He's good against the run. I did not peep the Steelers news, and I hope that it doesn't make me sad. But if they trade up for a corner, I'm going to be real sad.
What's up, Kevin? Welcome back, my friend.
Yay.
What's going on, Kevin?
Danny is controlling the chat right now. He's controlling the chat.
Yeah. Danny is the chat god.
Yeah. Oh man, so what they said the Steelers might trade up? Is that what the deal was?
Yeah, there's rumors they're going to trade up to 9 or 10, and obviously they didn't. They've traded up to New England. Sorry, I had to check. Because it's my I had to check. They traded up to New England.
Okay, so now they're at 14.
Yeah.
So who are we thinking?
If they trade up for Joey Porter Jr., I will be sad as shit.
Because I don't think they have to do that.
I don't think that they have to.
So it's got to be maybe a receiver.
They might let Deontay. It might be Deontay Johnson who goes. So there was talk that they're going to move on from Deontay Johnson, so it might be a wideout. I'm hoping it's a tackle. I'm hoping it's a tackle.
So what do we got? We got Johnson's gone, Sconsi's gone. So maybe Torrance or
Broderick Jones is still available.
Yeah.
And Harrison's still available.
Yeah.
Those guys might have been there. It's hard to tell if they would have still been there. I'm not going to check to see who they took. I'm going to be surprised myself. Please don't be.
So just warn everybody watching, if it goes bad, Poet might just remove himself from the feed for the rest of the night.
No, I would never leave you. I might take a 5-minute break.
That's a good point, Danny, because whenever there's like this run on players, all of a sudden other teams are like, oh no.
Yeah. Night 1, first round. I wouldn't even like a wideout. Like, there are a couple wideouts that I really love that I think are going to be studs, like all pros. What did we give up? Okay,
17 and 120. So you gave up a second rounder too, I think.
We had 2 second round. Okay, that's not bad. Because we pick. I think we have the first pick in the second round as well. So that we got from the Claypool pick. So I'm good with that. It's crazy. We gave up more to go to 14 than the Bears got.
Yeah.
But it was just one pick, so please don't take a corner. Please. Unless it's Christian Gonzalez. Danny, could you check, did Christian Gonzalez get drafted?
I think you're right. I don't think you did. I thought he did.
If it's Christian Gonzalez, I'd be fine with that. But that would be the one that I'd be okay with, because I think he's a dominant corner. But I don't even know. That's not true. I was gonna say I don't know if he fits our scheme. He does everything.
Well, let's because here's another possibility. Not really a possibility, but maybe your thoughts on it. Because here's my big board for tight ends. Anybody stand out to you here on this?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't like this tight end class at all. If I had to say who was good, I'd say Michael Mayer. And it'd be a lot cooler if his last name was Meyer.
Yes.
But I'm gonna be honest. I think Pat Fryermuth is better. And if we took a tight end, if we traded up for a tight end and took him at 14,
here,
I will. This is a bottle of scotch.
The Broncos.
And I will drink all of
Broncos. Uh-oh.
Take a tackle.
I think Danny's really trolling you right now.
Yeah, no, we didn't. We did not draft Will Levi. Dude, I was a fan of WWE until Vince came back.
Man,
thank Christ.
Sometimes
that's
just
Jones.
Easy. He's clearly the best offensive lineman.
You had him pretty high on your board.
You clearly have a big need at tackle.
Yeah, you had him high on your board.
I did. That's a good trade. I think tackles
granted, I had him up here, but it was like I put a lot of different guys in there too, so it wasn't like I was going with one particular tackle or guard. I put them all in their offensive line, so he was still pretty high.
I had Broderick Jones behind Skoronski and Paris Johnson. I'm gonna let this highlight speak for themselves.
Dude, they manhandled the fucking TCU Horn Dogs.
Yeah, he.
On both sides of the ball, their defense killed them, and then also the offense just.
Yeah, their offensive line felt like they were playing defense, like the way that they just beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, they just like rubbed their crotches all over their
faces. Said, I'm gonna eat all of your food. Don't make eye contact with me. Look at him just running down there, just being a big dominant man.
My uncle loved the Miami Dolphins, but when I think of them, all I think of is Ace Ventura. Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Oh boy. So who is up next? Pittsburgh again? No, that's one of these.
I wish.
Oh, the Jets are up. Well, this will be interesting. They got to take a wideout. They have to. Right?
Yeah. They have Garrett Wilson. They signed a bunch of guys. They should take Zay Flowers.
Yeah, because like Wilson or who you just said him? Who was the player?
Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, so he's really fast. So that's good. But you're gonna need a possession receiver for sure.
They could take. I'm trying to think who their offensive line's pretty good. They have a really dominant defense.
Well, they got that young running back who unfortunately got hurt last year, but he's really good.
Bryce Hall.
Yeah, he had a breakout year.
Jackson Smith would be, because he's played outside a little bit at Ohio State, but he was an amazing slot guy. I think he's going to be a perennial. Fuck right. I think he's going to be a perennial 100 to 120 catch guy, especially with the extra game.
Yeah.
I had him as my top rated wideout. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I take a lot of my cues from wide receiver from Steve Smith Sr. because he is almost always right. And he's the guy who talked about Quentin and how he's a big wideout who plays small.
There's your big board right there.
And Christian Gonzalez, yeah. All right, so Lance Zierlein and I see a lot of shit similarly. Do you have a draft analyst that you like, by the way?
I really haven't paid much attention to him. I mean, obviously, back in the day, Kuiper was the guy, but I don't know if I still feel like he's the guy. So I really don't have a preference. I'm kind of like I just do it myself.
Yeah. What I like the guys who have the YouTube pages and they are either trying to become NFL scouts or were former NFL scouts. Oh, that's sick, dude. We love to read that. That's dope. We're glad to have this with you, KL.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm doing this. The first time he's doing it with me. This is even though we've been doing shows for a while, this is the first live stream we've done, and it's kind of like a work in progress. So far, I feel like it's going pretty well. I'm glad you guys are tuning in and chatting with us. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of fun. It makes it much better for us in the experience. So hopefully,
and shout out to Missy for running chat.
Yes, Missy is definitely keeping up with the chat, but she's also doing her own thing too. So
I'm trying.
You're doing great.
Doing good. You're doing good, man. You're doing good.
A man with that much confidence can't be wrong. That's right. And I will be president of the United States.
Danny, I hate to break it to you, you've been bamboozled. Bamboozled.
I sell the finest brand of snake oil you'll ever find.
Snake oil. You know what though? I had to give Poet credit. So on the Broncos board, they actually all came out and said that. Well, I should say Jaded came out and said that he's the smartest man on the board. They didn't even mention me, but they mentioned.
I am not the smartest man on the board.
I just think I am.
I don't even think I am. If I had to give myself any credit, I think I am one of the more logically consistent person on the board who tries to have a conclusion that matches a hypothesis that is supported by either facts or reasonable speculation if things have to be subjective.
Right.
I am not alone in that. There's a lot of beautiful minds on that board. But Jaded also said I'm like a coiffed Bill Burr, so people love me.
You're right.
Shout out to Jaded, what a homie. Okay, come on, Jets.
My big board for safeties, although I don't expect any to go anytime soon. But
I only had one, and it was Branch.
Yeah. I think really it's kind of like the running backs where it's one guy and then the rest just fall beneath, Yes, well, he is, without a doubt.
I am well educated, and I have the student debt to prove it.
I was talking to a friend of mine last night because he actually went to Virginia law and everything, and he said,
that's a wonderful achievement. You should be very proud.
Yeah, he's a good guy. His son just got into Purdue actually recently. So
Purdue law or for undergrad?
Undergrad. I think he's going to be into veterinarian and something like that. But
super quick side note: my sister was thinking about being a veterinarian.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it a lot, buddy.
Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate you, buddy. When my sister was doing undergrad, she thought about being a veterinarian. for a little bit, and she was going to campus tour day at Purdue anyway because she was either going to do that or pharmacy school. And she was blown away by Purdue as an institution. I have a couple friends. I have a friend who's getting her doctorate in history from Purdue. It's a great school.
Yeah, he applied to. It's funny because I think he said he had like a 3.8 GPA, but for whatever reason, he was on a wait list for Virginia Tech, and Florida and Georgia denied him. They didn't want him at all. So I'm kind of like, wow, like that's weak.
College admissions, especially at undergraduate level, are so mercurial.
Mm-hmm.
I went to school with a kid who he had a close to 4.0 in high school, and he made the second interview for undergrad at Harvard. He got denied, flat out denied, from, it wasn't U of I, which is where I think he ended up going, but it might have been University of Iowa. It was another Midwestern school. He didn't get accepted into Harvard because no one gets accepted into Harvard.
Yeah, right.
What I mean? Like that, But
yeah, that's way above the bar there.
I mean, you get to Harvard either off of pure merit or mommy and daddy's money.
Like Harvard, Yale, and Brown, like those are real high.
There's the Ivy Leagues, and then you have Stanford, and but Purdue is a class institution, so going to Purdue says a lot. And quite frankly, Florida might be more fun.
Right. But, yeah, I was gonna say, like, you probably get in more trouble in Florida than you would Purdue. So
yeah.
But he's really happy, so that's good. I'm really, really happy for him. Okay, the Jets are up now. Who do you think they're going for?
I don't think they're taking a wide out. That's all. God, Zach Wilson is shit. What a scrub.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes that make
and the continued suffering the Jets fans will forever have.
Wish Day, only a couple days away. I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame.
So I was wrong. The Jets do not have a good offensive line, although I thought that they had a lot of injuries.
Yep. Kyle's proud of you too, Kevin, man. I know you're working hard at that.
Pick of his favorite team.
Kevin, we'll have a conversation about changing our life courses because I have some things I can talk to you about and relate with.
Join me in cheering on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle.
Danny, I didn't know you quit the porn industry.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank
the porn industry
NFL,
said Danny was
the
too
New
big.
York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight.
Damn, that kid killed it.
Yeah, he did. He wants to be a star. Look at him.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State. Let's
go! Yeah. Dude, he's the hype man. Look at that shit. Where did I have McDonald? He wasn't even on my damn list. You suck.
Yeah.
Actually, I did have him somewhere. Did I have him on defense? Yes, I did. So I guess he's like a multi-player. They can kind of go versatile player. They can go from between linebacker and defensive line. So
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Bad pick.
I did not have this man having a first round grade. I thought he was a.
Yeah, I mean, well, look where I had him. Even on the defensive line side, there's so many other ones that.
I had him as a mid-second round to third rounder.
I didn't have him that high in the linebackers either. So.
I hate this pick. I think it's a wasted pick. I think it's horrible. I think you could have taken Christian Gonzalez and had one of the best corner tandems in modern football history. I think you could have taken Joey Porter Jr. and had one of the best football tandems at corner in modern football history. I think you could have taken a wide receiver and any of them, because they all had first round grades. The ones, at least the ones that we've been talking about. I think you could have taken one of the tight ends and had a more useful pick. I don't understand.
Oh,
this
yeah,
pick.
that's a great point because Rodgers likes himself some tight ends. So I mean, Mayer would have been a very good pick there.
I look, the Jets front office, they have been drafting incredibly well the past 3 years, which is very rare for them because historically they're one of the worst franchises. Like their good years consist of Joe Namath, a lot of Suck, a little bit of Curtis Martin, and, some of the Chad Pennington years, and then Rex Ryan. I mean, like they have been historically not good. So, or they haven't been historically bad, which is what it sounds like I said, but they do not have a lot of success. Okay, so I don't have faith in them in general. This front office is really good, but God blessed, there's no way. If you really thought he was that great, you could have traded back into the first round for him. You
Oh
will
God,
not.
yeah.
I will not.
Compile, got some picks in the process.
I can now. There is,
especially after you just gave up.
yeah.
I mean, they must have really loved this guy because they gave up a lot to Green Bay just to get Rodgers.
I will say this, okay, because I try to be fair. The last time I felt, other than, I'll take that back. I was going to say the last time I felt so strongly that a pick was bad, and then going to compare it to the situation, there's a couple times quarterbacks were taken. So I will say this reminds me of Travis Frederick. He was drafted by the Cowboys in the first round. Everybody and their grandma had a second or third round on him. He went on to be one of the, I think he's been injured for a bit, but he went on to be one of the best centers in football for quite some time. And after the draft, it came out that some teams had him as a late first rounder and it was smoke screens. So,
yeah,
Levi to the Commanders.
Unless they really believe in Howe, which I've heard they do, so I'm not sure if they're going to go that route.
Yeah, the Packers are still a team.
They're still a team.
They will. So, Kevin, they are the only team that is owned via incorporation. It's it's an American legal term, which basically means all the shareholders own it. So, in order for that team to be moved out of Green Bay, which is a very small city, okay, some people would say it's not even truly a city.
Right.
The majority shareholders would have to agree to it. Well, they're all Packers fans, so it'll never happen.
Yeah.
They will always be a team.
That has that. Yeah.
They will always be a team. Now it hurts them in terms of making decisions. They can't be like the LA Rams where the coach calls the owner and says, "I can trade for Matt Stafford right now and win a Super Bowl. Let's do that." They don't get to do shit like that. But yeah, them shits will. The Packers will always be a thing. Yep. Knock on wood.
Oh man! All right. So who is up now? Is it?
Quickly for McDonald, I was gonna say now there's a chance it could be like the Frederick thing, where after the fact a lot of people actually really did like him and he goes on to be a stud. But my initial reaction to that is just violent rejection and anathema. Fuck.
All right.
Rodgers is going to demand a trade back to Green Bay. Sorry.
If Washington sticks with Howe, which I think they probably will, they lost some people, but they still have they lost McLaren, right? Or is he still there?
No, they gave him a contract.
Yeah, okay, so he's still there. I think they're pretty good on defense. I mean, they were competitive. Maybe running back, but there's no one there to take at this high. So like, maybe O-line. I don't know.
I've read that they have holes in their secondary and some issues at linebacker. I didn't think they had issues at linebacker, but
do you think Gonzalez would be a good pick here?
I think a corner would be a really good pick. I think a wideout would be a good pick. Honestly, they have a lot of directions they can go if they don't go quarterback. they are a team.
16th overall selection in the 2023.
I think they're going to go wide out.
So
yeah, because there's a lot of good ones
owners
right now.
here of the Washington Commanders.
It's too early for
the Washington football team.
No, they're the Commanders.
I can't hear program.
All right, so there's some audio issues right now from Kansas City. I can tell you that the pick is officially in, and it is Emmanuel Forbes, a corner out of Mississippi State. You know, Lance, I was talking to one of the coaches on that staff a couple weeks ago because Forbes was coming on NFL Total Access, and he said of all the guys that he'd been around, he's been coaching for
I had
25
him way
years.
down my
Emmanuel
list.
Forbes is as good as any corner I have seen in college football. His length and the range. He's a really nice kid, and you can see certainly a playmaker as well.
Well, I want to I remember watching. I was watching at home, watching one of the Path to the Draft shows, and Bucky.
What's up, Hinkle?
Forbes.
So this is my homie Hinkle. Hinkle, the Jets just took a draft pick and set it on fire. I'm sorry.
Well, I think Washington probably just did the same thing. You probably could have got that guy later.
Maybe there's a health concern with Gonzalez. Maybe that's why he's falling. Because there's that Georgia defender last year that fell because of a health issue.
Yeah, but I don't think. Did you have Forbes that high?
No, I had him as a potential first round pick on the back end. He was not in my top 5, but this is also a corner heavy class. So he could be. So he weighs like 160 some odd pounds. If you're looking for, if you really value a slot specialist, or you just say speed is king, I could understand it. But the problem is it's the Commanders. So if you're a team like Baltimore or Philly and you go with raw talent, it's like, oh, I trust that because you're a good organization and you draft well. You know what I mean? When you're the Commanders, I don't. But I'm not as worried about that pick because I did think that he was a potential first round corner. But
with the 17th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, defensive back, Oregon.
And Bill Belichick is like, y'all are stupid as shit, and I will take my
He's probably going to come back and say, you know what? You took a guy ahead of me. I've got something to prove now.
Oh my God, I can't believe that the amount of cornerbacks that Bill Belichick has developed into studs and gotten paid is staggering.
Yeah.
And the guy who I thought was hands down the best player on film and physical specimen just fell to Belichick. Now, thank God they don't have a quarterback, and thank God it's modern football with more passing. But this feels like Darrelle Revis falling to them all over again.
Right, yeah, because initially, even on my list, I think I had either Witherspoon or even Porter ahead of Gonzalez. So I did more research. I was looking at it, and I said, you know what, Christian's really good. I was kind of browsing some other boards, and sure enough, like he's the real deal. And
he's huge. He runs a 4-3. It's so rare to find a guy who can play cover 3, cover 2, in slot, out wide, press. I mean, the dude. Now, will all of that translate to the NFL? Is he going to be amazing at all of that like he was in college? Probably not. But if even half of those things he's great at, then he's the best. He's going to be the best corner in football. And I mean, the dude is just. Something has to be up with him. There has to be some medical issue or something because it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, this dude, to give you an example, this guy's talent level is on the same level as that's huge for a corner. 200 pounds, 4'3", almost 6'2". No, a little bit over 6'1". I misread that. It's huge for a corner. Like, look at the recovery speed.
Yeah.
He can jump.
Yeah, I don't know why he's dropping. Like, unless he's not underweight, so.
No, he's not underweight. He doesn't have character concerns either, at least anything that's been reported.
Oh, that's a great read. Oof.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah, he can play a little bit of safety too. Not that you'd ever put him.
That's what that reminded me of. Like I played football when I was a teenager, and like I played offense and defense. But when I played defense, I think my junior year I played linebacker. No, I played that my senior, but my junior year I played safety. So like I couldn't play corner because I was really bad at corner, but I loved safety because I was able to read the entire field. But that play reminded me a lot of him keeping his eyes at what's going on in front of him and making that read correctly.
Yeah, and that's a good point. He is a corner. He will take gambles. He will gamble on the ball.
True fact, right? True fact.
Yeah, but the thing of it is that
yeah, right. You ain't lying there.
Hey, the thing of it is that there are people who make their living gambling because they're good at it, and that's going to be Gonzalez. I mean, he reminded me of a better tackling version of not Antonio Cromartie. I hated that guy. He was overrated. Patrick Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
And Witherspoon, I could understand taking over him because there was a legitimate debate. Even some people preferred Joey Porter Jr., which I thought was wrong, but was still within the spectrum of reasonability. But Forbes over Christian Gonzalez,
Yeah, I mean, look, they went after the right position, but I don't know if they took the right guy. But I will say this, like I said, they have a really good D line, so like that'll help them out a lot.
Yeah, they went with the slot guy. Here's the thing: I believe in best player, and Gonzalez was a monster in the slot. But if they're like, we have Sauce Gardner, he's the best corner in football, he can shut down anybody. We need someone to take out the slot guy. What I would say is you put Sauce on the slot guy, then you double that's the old Bill Belichick move. I'll put my best corner on your second best weapon and then double your other guy, right? Because hashtag Belichick tactics. But to take Forbes over Gonzalez, if there's no health issue and there's no character issue with Gonzalez, it's indefensible because Forbes, okay, he might be the slot god. And I'm not saying, again, I had a first round grade on him. He ain't a scrub. He's got good tape. There's no character concerns with him. But Gonzalez is just better. And Witherspoon, it was close. You could, like I said, you could make that argument. But the Forbes pick and the McDonald, the fourth or whatever the gentleman's name was, I hate it. I just hate it with that guy on the board, and don't understand.
That's a real head scratcher. The McDonald pick is, yeah.
And if I'm wrong, and here's the thing: if I'm wrong, we can talk about it next year. We can talk about the year after. You have to judge a draft class.
Well, I mean, look, we're not always right, but
no, fuck no. I was like Paxton Lynch, good pick, love the talent. Josh Rosen, hell yeah, but of course Bill Belichick gets Christian fucking Gonzalez.
Of course he does.
What an asshole.
But that's the thing. Like whenever you have those type of picks, so like we talked about earlier with the Farrell guy from Las Vegas. A lot of people question that pick, and I still question it. He's been okay, but for the spot that they drafted him, I don't think he's world beating or anything like that.
And it was that Mike Mayock was their GM. Now Mike Mayock made a lot of money as a draft analyst being right. He was the one who said Earl Thomas over Eric Berry, and that was Berry before he was a stud, but that was before Berry when he had leukemia. He's been right on a lot of stuff. But when you're and I'm not going to shit on Mayock for it because he drafted the same way that he analyzed. But when you gamble big, and the thing, sometimes it's going to explode. And with that guy, they screwed him. In one hand, I mean, they gave him a lot of money, more money than he thought he was going to get. But on the other hand, now everyone's looking at him like, you're a bust. What the fuck? And he's like, yo, I was supposed to be taken in the second round. Like, what do you want from me?
Exactly.
And he was horrible as a rookie. He got better, but as a rookie, it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I sat there and I scratched my head because I mean, I didn't do as much research that year on stuff, but I had never heard of him really. And so, like, I'm kind of like, what are you doing? Now, there are other cases, Patrick Mahomes, who I had not heard of either up until the draft.
But that was also the Chiefs and your Andy Reid, and you're
Right.
like,
Yeah, so you expect Andy to make good choices, whereas
or the Ravens with Lamar, because it's like, well, that's a stable organization. They're good at drafting. They know how to build around players. When you have or Philly, because you got to remember, when Philly took Devontae Smith, half the people were like, yeah, that's a good pick. Another half were like, he's not a number one. He should go later in the draft. You know what I mean? But I'm like, it's Philly. They don't miss that much. I was also higher on Devontae Smith. I didn't think he was going to be as good as he is. But I thought it was a first rounder.
Yeah.
They shouldn't.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
Will Levy.
The Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa.
Well, at least they went defense.
Well, I mean, that's a little early.
You notice he said it was a little early. Now, I had, when it came to linebackers, yeah, I mean, he's down. I mean, most people would probably have him like at least third, but I had him down at fifth. But most of the power boards that I saw, he was up there high. So,
he made my top 50. I thought that he was arguably a first round pick. I'm not going to say that it's horrible, but I am going to say they could have had Christian Gonzalez and not. This draft is quickly turning into a referendum of, did you pass on Christian Gonzalez and how bad is it going to look?
Yeah, I mean, it's always funny because we look back and it's like, oh, so many teams passing up Randy Moss, or they pass up this player or that player, and you're like, what are you thinking?
And the Randy Moss one was hilarious because there are people who are like, yeah, he's an asshole, and he's going to catch 14 touchdowns a year, and it doesn't matter. This is what I will say. I don't think Gonzalez is quite on the Randy Moss, like, this is obviously the worst decision ever type thing. But what I will say is they literally drafted a guy who people thought was going to run a 4.7 or a 4.8. He ran a 4.65, but there were questions about why doesn't his speed show up on film more. Now, I think part of that might be because he, in his division or conference rather, they run the ball a crap ton more. But good God, I don't hate the pick, but I'm closer to disliking it than I am liking it.
Well, here's my question for you. Like, as a Bronco fan, like, I desperately want Denver to have a middle linebacker that can
cover.
Sort of run the show, like, Al Wilson or even a Ray Lewis or TJ Watt. I want a guy who's going to take control of the defense. Do you think Campbell can be that kind of guy?
He everything about him screams alpha, leader, smart player. Moss should be one of everybody's favorites. Shout out to Randy Moss. He's a really good analyst too. A lot of times players aren't.
Oh, he is. He is actually
a real good analyst. Also, I did not know this until recently. Involved in NASCAR and racing. He's an interesting guy. I love the crap out of Randy Moss.
That's probably the interesting thing between Moss and Steve Smith Jr. because they're both very good as analysts. I really like them both.
And Steve Smith. Steve Smith, he was the guy who said the best wideout from this class is going to be Cooper Kupp, and everybody told him he was wrong. And he was like, so he's the one. He's one of my favorite wideouts too. But to get back to your question, I do think that Campbell can be a leader. I do think he's going to be a good player, but I was thinking he was going to be picked 28th, 32nd, or be early in the second round. I thought if a linebacker was going, it was going to be Sanders or Simpson.
Yeah.
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kalijah Cansey, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
That's not bad.
Get fired up. The Cansey.
It's not a bad pick.
Get fired up. Five.
That's a really interesting pick, actually.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah, for Kalijah Cansey.
Yeah, I had him a little bit down there.
He's a divisive guy. Some people watch his tape and they see all pro, dominant, explosive athlete. Other people see second round pick.
Aaron Donald comparisons?
The size, I think, is one of the comparisons.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Like, I don't fall on the, he's going to be like God tier player, but I do recognize that there's a decent chance that it happens because he has a lot of speed and he has super quick hands. Taking him where Tampa took him is good value because I don't think he has a high bust chance because he's so gifted.
No, they have some good linebackers too. So
they do. He's got a high motor. He's highly coachable, and again, he's got a quick burst. He kind of reminds me with some of his pass rushing a little bit when he's on the line of Geno Atkins. So the reason why I like that pick is, he's a defensive lineman. They have a high bust probability, but I don't feel like his bust probability is higher than any other defensive lineman, and his upside is crazy. So that's a nice return on. It's a low risk, high reward thing. And the other thing is just to be blunt, they kind of want to suck this year anyway. So if he needs time to develop, while they try to tank for Caleb Williams, there are some really smart. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
She was saying something.
Oh, I got you. I was just gonna say there's some really smart people who thought that he should be a top 15-ish pick. So to get him there is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's not that big. I don't know. Sometimes I look at these lists and I'm like, because I think a lot of my big board was kind of similar to some of the other ones I was seeing, so it wasn't like I was totally off. Even with you and I had similar rankings there, so I'm just
Do
you think they could have traded back and still got him?
I think there's a good chance that they could not have.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I think that he's one of those players where teams go, look, we want to trade up, but if our guys get taken, this is one of the guys here that we want to stay and keep. He's just he was described as an enigmatic prospect. A lot of people I believe would have been fine staying in that range and taking him. I think you might have even seen some teams who might want to trade up for him. That's just a gut feeling. But he was also, I want to say he's one of the guys who the combine helped a lot. But his tape, the guy has that first step is nasty.
Well, if they're comparing him to Aaron Donald, then that's a pretty good guy to compare to because Donald's pretty much the best defensive guy in the league right now. So.
Donald could retire right now and be a first ballot Hall of Famer and go down as one of the best defensive players ever. People were calling him the GOAT after the Super Bowl, and I didn't agree with that. But I will say that if you have to, the Ravens are coming up. They should, with all of this wide receiver talent. If they
got tight end, that's pretty much covered.
Although he has injury issues, so that might be something. But I'll tell you this: Zay Flowers can do everything as a wide receiver, and I know I've been talking about him a lot. I thought that he should have been taken by now. I think he could be an impact guy year one.
They got Odell, they've got Devaney.
Yeah.
They need one more guy. They do. So you really maybe Flowers, maybe Smith, Nigba. There's some choices there they can go with.
It's interesting because to your point about Jackson, he's the slot god. So if you have Odell at the X and then slot god and then tight end, you're attacking a lot of the field. If you go with Zay Flowers, you can put him anywhere. If you take Quentin Johnson, and this would be a good place to take him because now I think he's going to be good, but he's a big wideout who plays small. I don't think they're going to coach him up very well, to be quite honest, because Baltimore doesn't do a very good job with wideouts.
No,
That's
they don't.
which I think that they should take Zay Flowers because I think he's just a special athlete. I think he can coach himself.
So you think he's more NFL ready at this point?
Yeah, I mean he's one of my favorite players out of the class. Jackson would be a safe pick because he does the stuff with the slot. I don't know. I don't think they have to take White out, but if they don't, they're gambling big time on Odell's health.
Right, and that's kind of my point. Like, as great as Odell is, like he is older, he is a little bit more broken down. So, like, if he should get hurt, you're gonna need somebody there.
Yeah,
because they're still playing for the playoffs and still playing for a Super Bowl. So.
Yeah.
Now you got Jackson solidified, so you have to get him the help if that's what he's feeling isn't there.
But let me ask you this. Because all these wide receivers have drifted so far, do you think it's on the table that they take someone who's not a wideout? Let's say they like 4 or 5 wideouts, okay? Because almost all of them are there. And actually all of them are there. Do you think it's on the board for them to take someone that they love who's not a wideout and then trade back in or up early in the second round? Because if that's a plan, I think that's fairly viable given how none of the wideouts have gone.
History-wise with the Ravens, it's probably, if the way the receivers have gone, I would probably trade back. If I felt like any teams behind me weren't going to go for a receiver, that's probably what I would do because let's say you like Johnson or you like Nigba or even Flowers, like that's 3 right there that you can say, okay, maybe we'll trade back a few spots and we'll still get our guy.
Yeah.
And they're usually pretty good in a draft. So like,
that's one of the things that they've been criticized for wideouts is they take a wideout when he's not, they take a wideout in a year where there's not like obvious stud gods. Like, the year where there was, I think Jerry Jeudy is special. You know, the jury's out on that. But there was him and Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb, and then you had Ruggs, who I think was going to be good, and then he fucking ruined his life and other people's.
I was always a Jefferson guy, man. I think
you were. You were. It's funny. I thought Jefferson was going to be good, not great. I thought it was between CeeDee Lamb and Jeudy.
Right.
I was not a Mims guy, and a lot of people were Mims guy, and he was awful. So I was like, I was in a long way, and mostly I'd say I was wrong because I whiffed on Jefferson. You know, I thought that he was going to be a strong number 1, but not the god that he was. I'll be interested to see if Baltimore does the thing that they're criticized for, where they don't take the obvious stud in a year where there's a lot of studs. And they, you know, because if you look back when they took the last 2 guys in the first round, it was not a strong wideout class. Or there was one great guy and they didn't trade up to get him.
So what, the Ravens don't have a second rounder? Because if that's the case, I would definitely go and try to trade back if I could, if I felt like I could still get my dude.
Got it?
Seattle's pick.
The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels.
Got to go defense.
Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth.
I think that they have enough holes on that roster they could go best player available.
Embody the NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency,
maybe a receiver,
and responsibility to their teams.
They could. They could also take O-line.
And your academic
They
and
have
football
tackles,
careers.
but they might take a guard. They could go a lot of
Now
ways.
to make the selection, please welcome Bethany Uribe.
Well, they were putting up some points last year behind Smith, so
Yeah.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State.
That's a good pick.
Yeah, I thought it could be a receiver. I mean, I know they put up a lot of points, but like Lockett was like their long bomb guy. Metcalf is a possession guy, but they were, for whatever reason, they would stumble a little bit. But I still think defense is still a problem too, because as much point as they put up, they were giving it away as well.
They were. Did they go defense on their first pick?
I don't remember. Maybe my stat girl there can pull it up.
Let me
pull up the picks from the first round if they give you a list of who Seattle took the first time around.
This year?
Yeah, another weapon for Drew Lock if he ever gets to play, which, unless Smith gets hurt or looks like crap in preseason.
Devin Witherspoon?
Oh, Witherspoon, they took the corner. So, yeah, they did.
Yeah. So, Lockett's getting up in age.
That's true, yeah.
And with Jackson, he was reported to want to play out wide, even though in Ohio State he's mostly played in the slot. He's not horrible out wide.
Right.
So he gives them versatility. And Metcalf, he makes big plays because he breaks tackles and he has some speed. But with Lockett, he has been more of a possession guy. So what I think they're going to do is Metcalf will go back to playing more X. Lockett is going to get phased out, and then Jackson's going to be in the slot. Now with him, Geno Smith has no excuses to not play really well again, because that's a legitimate. Oh my God, I love this guy so much. Look at these routes. Look at that. Just look at that.
It's quick. Good hands.
If he ran a step faster, he would have gone so much higher.
Right.
But now with the way the league is, we have so much more value for slot receivers than we did 10 years ago. It used to be an insult. Steve Smith was talking about how, like, if you were called a slot receiver, it used to be an insult, and now it's like, hey, I'm a slot receiver and I can be a team's number one.
I've always kind of liked the slot. I don't know why it was always such a frown upon, but you had the Wes Welkers, you have
Edelman, Amendola, everyone who played for the Patriots.
Kansas City had some great slot guys.
People forget this, but Tim Brown played a lot of slot for the Raiders, and he was a legitimate. People oftentimes said, like, he would have been the best wideout in his era, except he played with Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice used to run those slots sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, but it used to be, we used to view, like, you play X, or you play X, or you play Y, you don't move the wide receiver. The game has evolved so much.
Right.
The Seattle's having a very good draft. I like taking him after getting Witherspoon.
Oh yeah. They've hit home runs on these first two picks.
And that this is a time I want to address our viewers. So you can have a good strategic draft, and then the guy gets injured and he's not the same, or it doesn't pan out. As long as a guy has enough talent to be taken where he is and enough intangibles to be taken where he is, you have to judge it based off of strategy. The draft is very subjective, and there are teams who are bad at drafting who do stupid shit and they land a stud almost on accident, and there are teams who are really good at drafting who have had bad drafts consecutively because shit doesn't work out. The draft is its own wild animal. But yet you find teams like the Ravens, the Eagles, the Niners. I'd like to think my Steelers are pretty good at drafting too. To give them their credit, the Bengals have had good spurts of drafting. There are some teams who year in and year out draft very well.
Your boy Jay just said "fuck the Steelers" on the board.
Does he not like the Broderick Jones pick?
I don't know. When did he post this? Like, oh yeah, he posted it like an hour ago, so it must have been that pick.
Hold on, let me find my homie.
There's not a lot of activity in that thread, which is kind of surprising. But
Well, y'all don't have a first rounder, so I think a lot of people are bummed.
Checked out, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Wave just said, I'm so vindicated on Will Levy. All that buzz about him being a high pick was nonsense.
Well, he was wrong about Justin Fields, so I don't know if teams passing on him vindicates him.
That's true.
However, I am, as Jaded says, the smartest guy on the board, so I cannot spend my fucking time. I'll go back.
I cannot confirm or deny the reports, but I'll take it.
Yeah, you can deny the reports. I think Will Levy will be. Yeah, I hope these guys deserve to be picked in the first round. If some of those fucking busted ass corners are going, we need to take some of these wideouts.
Well, dude, you take a McDonald. I mean, Chargers are up. They have receivers.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up though, because Allen has injuries and he's expected to walk next year, and Mike Williams has injuries. So
that's true.
I think that
But do you risk that this year?
I think if you want to keep Herbert happy, you might. I think they could take another tackle and have good bookends.
Yeah.
I also think that they need to fix that defense, and they could take a corner, and they might take Branch, the safety, as well, because outside of Dershawn, they don't have anyone.
With the 21st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston, wide receiver, TCU.
That's a good pick.
So Quentin Johnston, the guy you knew, you must have.
Yeah, he was number one on my board, not because he went to TCU, but he is a special player. He's probably the best player they probably have on that team.
Yeah, he the only other guy you could have argued was their cornerback, and he's a second rounder.
Yeah.
Projected at the highest. If this guy played as big as he actually was, the Steve Smith breakdown showed that he doesn't high point balls. Sometimes he's not engaged for whatever reason.
Well, let me ask you this, because you see his stuff that he can do, right?
Yeah. Oh, he's a stud. Physically.
Now, I remember against Georgia, like they kept trying to get him involved, try to get him going, and all that stuff. But because TCU, like, it's gonna support your argument all along that TCU was not where they didn't belong there. If this kid Johnston plays for Bama or Georgia, does he have a bigger career?
No.
Really?
Because if he goes to Bama, there's going to be more talent at wide receiver for him to compete with. Now, last year,
let's just say he's a starter, though. Let's just put it in as a starter.
Okay, sure. If he's the starter, and they don't have a quarterback like Bryce Young who's going to spread it out, because usually they have two like first round guys, right? Zeta Baltimore is a sexy pick. They might coach him better. They might try to coach him to high point the ball, to do the different technical things that he needs to do. But when I watch him play and I watch the breakdowns on him, I think that he's a. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
I saw the Ravens also picked up Aguilar, so
yeah,
I don't know if they're going to go receiver here or not.
With Zay Flowers would be a good pick, but I think that part of it is with him, personality. But now here's the thing. Even though he doesn't play as big as he is, sometimes he's still dynamic and he's still probably going to be really good. So getting him there when some people had him as a top 10 pick is a hell of a deal, especially because he's going to be the third option next year. Oh, another thing that justifies the pick, they're fighting with their running back who wants to get paid or traded.
Is that Dobbins?
No, this is the Chargers.
Yeah.
Austin Eckler. Yeah. Austin Eckler. And so if they're not going to pay him and they mostly throw to him, they might want to have a guy like Johnson who can catch a 5-yard ball and go 80 yards. especially if he's going to replace Keenan Allen. So I do think that it works, but they could have used a corner. They could have used a lot on defense. You saw that playoff game.
Well, but it's not totally all their fault. They were up 27-0.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Granted,
the
the Jags came back, but they could not put points on the board in the second half.
Yeah,
Like, that's
no,
just
no, you're
now,
right.
I do think the coach was part of that, though.
Yeah.
So how do we think the rest of? So let's talk about Will Levy a little bit. So, do we see him going in the first round at this point?
No, I think he's going to fall out.
Now, what happens though if Hooker goes before he does?
I'll be happy for Hooker, and I would be very shocked.
What would be your theory of why that might happen if it did?
I think teams would say, look, everyone comes back from an ACL injury. That's the injury that Hooker had. We can get him a year off to rehab, get him healthy. Eventually, he'll be taking some snaps, maybe on the practice squad. Maybe he's a second stringer, whatever it is. So he'll kind of redshirt the first year. And we love his maturity. We love what we saw on tape. We love his consistency. And, maybe with my guy in Kentucky, there might be an issue of how inconsistent he was. And Hooker, while he did play up to being 25 and wasn't exactly like beating down the doors and having several great years like a Caleb Williams is having, or an Andrew Luck or whatnot, they might feel that his style of play is more replicable.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would be the reason why Levy is dropping so far?
There might be teams who aren't sold on. They might go, okay, he has a great arm and he's got mobility, but we think that his accuracy issues or his mechanic issues are hard to fix. There might be some people who thought that Kentucky team that he was on was actually a little bit better than what was thought, and that he might have been letting down wide receivers more than they were letting him down. They might have viewed him as somebody who, yeah, you're a first round talent, but so was Desmond Ritter and Malik Willis,
Right.
Right. He also is a really weird. He's a dude who went on TV or made a YouTube video, I can't remember, and ate a banana skin just to do it. He's a weird dude. So he might not be the most quarterbackian guy around.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird. Definitely.
He's a character.
All right. Well, so at this point, though, since he is dropping like Hooker, we probably didn't expect him to be a first rounder anyway. But who would be the team that Levi might go to if they do? Who's the possibility at this stage?
So who is left picking? I need to pull up the.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
The draft
so
order.
We got the Vikings now, then Jacksonville, the Giants, Cowboys, Bills, Cincinnati. Saints, maybe? Saints?
The Vikings were reportedly Kirk Cousins said, hey, I'll sign an extension that doesn't have to be guaranteed, it's smaller, and they turned it down. So you might see the Vikings take a quarterback. Now that might be next year.
Right.
But the Vikings make sense. New Orleans makes sense.
Because after the Saints, it's just Philly and Kansas City. So I can't see anybody else in the first round that's going to take him.
The Giants might take him because I can't believe that they're truly married to the Daniel Jones. Was the stat he's thrown fewer touchdowns every year?
He played very good last year, but it was what you would call
game managing. Yeah.
Yes.
He is not a big time. He's another one of those guys where he relies on his legs a lot. Saints at 30 is a good
That's probably
pick.
like the best shot, I think.
I think the Vikings have a decent shot at it.
Pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers.
Oh, there you go.
Wide receiver, Boston College.
There you go.
There it is. Zay Flowers, the wide receiver.
There you go.
Yep.
That's a solid pick.
Did you get a chance to look at a lot of his tape?
No, I'm getting ready to check some of that shit out now.
Yeah, you're gonna fucking love it.
I didn't catch many Boston College, and I'm an ACC guy, so that's kind of funny.
This kid can play, and people are saying he's too small to play out wide, and it is not true. Here's a prediction. I'll bet you $5. Actually, you don't even have to bet me. Legitimately, I'll give you $5. I'll Venmo you $5 if you watch that tape and you don't go, how in the hell did he not go as the first or second wideout? Because it is staggering, and I guarantee you go, yeah, he should have absolutely positively gone earlier than he did. It is freakish. It is freakish how good he is.
Let's see what this kid's got. Steve. Oh, okay. There you go. He's compared to Steve Smith. That's pretty big.
Yeah. Steve might go in the hall.
Oh.
Whoop.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Whoop. That's NFL speed.
Yeah.
Watch this.
He looks a lot like
Steve the route. The route. And then
Oh no. He broke his ankles. I'm out of here. Wow. Oh no. No. You don't let that happen to you. Oh no.
It's nasty.
Jackson just got really happy.
Yeah. And he is a guy. Now they're gonna have to scheme him open maybe a little bit as he develops, but he's gonna be, if he does not contribute as a rookie, it's gonna be either because of injuries or, in my opinion, Lamar screwed up.
Well, it might go what you pointed to earlier was that the Ravens are not very good at, working with receivers, getting them ready for the NFL. Yeah. So it could fall into coaching. So that'd be a shame because he has a lot of talent. He has a lot
of talent. But as you saw in those clips, he was not always lining up in the same spot. So I think that he is an undeniable talent. I think that he's gonna. I'm not saying he's putting up 100 catches as a rookie, but I think he's gonna put up 50 to 60. I'm not very good at projecting touchdowns, especially in the Ravens offense, but I think he's going to put up 50 to 60 catches for about 600 to 800-ish yards. He's going to have a couple highlights where you go, oh, he disrespected that man. And I will tell you this, if a team's slot corner, because I think that's where he's going to get most of his snaps, or a big chunk of his snaps. If a team's slot corner is hurt and they have to put their backup on him, even though he's a rookie, it's going to be nasty. Mm-hmm. He's so good.
Well, there's your big board of the best available right now. Porter's there. Kincaid, which they have him over Mayer. Now I did have Kincaid second, but
yeah.
There's Deontay Banks. So there's some quality players there, depending on what you need.
Mm-hmm.
It is so weird that Denver does not have a pick.
I know.
Gave up so much for Russell, man.
Well, maybe it'll work out better. And if not, you can just cut him and maybe contend for Caleb Williams.
That's true. I think the earliest we can cut him and not be hit so hard would be 2024, I think.
So if you cut him at the end of this season, I think he's a 30 million, and I think the next year it's 40. So this is probably the best year to cut him if it doesn't work out. I mean, I thought we're not going to go into it because this is a happy night, but
this is a happy night. We should be celebrating.
we should be enjoying our annual. We got to do this again next year.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Unless ESPN picks me up as Poet Kuiper Sr., I am accustomed to the biggest.
Well, according to Danny, you're already there, so
yeah, this is true. Danny is a scholar, an informed, wise man.
So Vikings have their pick. So who they got? Who are you coming to?
If they don't take a quarterback,
they need defense.
I would like to see them take Banks. At this point in the first round, you can take somebody who's a little bit of maybe rough as a prospect.
Yeah, they definitely need to work on the defense a little bit. They're a little okay in the line. Did they try to go for O-line at this point, do you think, or no? Maybe Torrance?
If they took Torrance, I wouldn't hate it. If they took... See, they like their tackles. I thought that their line last year was a line that the stats said was better than what they really were.
Well, what do you think their biggest problem was against the Giants? They just couldn't stop the rush? Because really, the Giants kind of manhandled them a little bit.
They didn't.
You and I called that game too. We called that upset, but they do have to get a little more physical. I think the Vikings need to get a little more physical on the defensive side.
They were a team who was hoping that cat from Pittsburgh, the D lineman, was going to fall. And I thought that there was a chance that would happen. I will say they could take. See, here's a crappy thing for them. They were a team where Jack Campbell made a lot of sense, and the other linebackers that are left, Drew Sanders and Trenton Simpson, aren't as good against the run. They're more dynamic, explosive athletes. So I think they're probably shocked, going, "How the hell is Campbell not here?" We didn't.
Because we Campbell was certainly in our big board, but not quite as high as they had him. But
yeah,
but that's why I asked you about whether or not he was the kind of leader, because, like, in hindsight, even though Ray Lewis was a better prospect, like, the things that Ray did went beyond his athleticism. Like, he was a very good leader. And he led different defenses forever. Like, he was able to get them to compete at a higher level.
He did it in the 3-4 and the 43. I think when he got older, they moved him in the 4-3 to the strong side linebacker, so he didn't have to cover as much ground. He did a lot of things. For the Vikings, I don't know. Part of it was, like, Saquon ran on them. Daniel Jones had made some plays with his legs.
Yeah.
You could say that, you know what? Maybe they take the safety from Bama. Maybe that's an option. At this point in the first round, it's not a reach.
Who do they have at receiver right now? Anybody?
They have Jefferson and Adam Thielen, who I think left. They could take a receiver. They could justify a receiver if they're doing best player available and they're staying true to their board, which is always legit. I don't know. I think that there is probably some defensive players that they're hoping we're going to keep dropping. Jordan Addison might make some sense. I hope they don't take Jalen Hyatt. That guy.
I think because, I have 3 of the 4 are already gone. So Addison could be a selection here, maybe.
Sorry, got a text message from a family member. Just want to make sure everything's good. Roll away phone.
With the 23rd pick,
they could take the quarterback.
2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
There you go.
There it is, doubling down on the offensive side. Brian Baldinger who was
So
going
yeah,
through
we
the team.
definitely going through some receivers now.
It's the run on receivers should have happened when the run on corners happened, and vice versa. I still can't get over the Forbes pick. And again, first round talent. I
Too high.
Yeah,
That's
and if
with
there's
McDonald. I mean, we've been going back and forth with that all day.
Yeah, Gonzalez should have gone and all that stuff. The Addison pick is a good one. There were a couple analysts who talked about how he transferred from Pittsburgh to USC, and they thought that he was much better in Pitt than he was in USC. That USC didn't use him right, and so a lot of the Addison proponents believe that he might have been the second or the first, second, or third best wideout because of that, and that's an interesting point. Now, I do think that Lincoln Riley knows offense pretty well, but just because they do what's best for the team and you do it doesn't mean it's what's best for you.
Right.
But that's a strike for Addison that he went along with it, presuming that that's true. I don't hate the pick. Addison's a first-round talent. He probably went where he was supposed to go. I would have liked to have seen them go defense, but I just don't know how much defense is there that's viable at that point.
I mean, do you think it's a good compliment to Jefferson?
Yeah.
Comparing to Calvin Ridley.
Ridley's good when he's not
He's got some
gambling.
speed, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Way to get out of it. Now, granted, USC receivers, man, generally don't work out, but there's always one, and every so often they'll get one that does really well.
Mm-hmm. Well, remember he started at Pittsburgh, so maybe he's not a.
Yeah.
Can't be a USC receiver totally if you went to Pitt first.
Right.
Big brain.
Definitely.
So
those are the top 4 that I had, so they're all gone.
That's a good wide receiver class.
Yeah. And who do I still have out there? So you're not really sold on Hyatt.
No, the Hyatt is. I hate Tennessee wide receivers. Danny, don't listen. This is gonna hurt your feelings.
I had Tillman in there too, but I haven't really seen a lot of their work. I think Josh Downs could be a little bit of a sleeper.
Josh Downs is pretty good. He was making late first, early second. A lot of mocks. Hyatt. The issue with him is he does not run the offense that he was in. He doesn't really run routes. He's always stacked behind somebody or in movement while they were doing something exotic. Like all he really did was run 9 routes, and so there's so much about the game that he doesn't understand, and it just reminds me of Hunter. God, there a couple years ago, there's just been a lot of tall, fast, rangy, athletic wideouts from Tennessee going back 10 years or so who have not panned out. And I don't know if it's the same coach, the same system or whatnot. But with Hyatt, I mean, he's just running by a lot of safeties and corners, but without beating them on a route. So he should be taken in late first, second round. The talent's too high, but I do not view him as anywhere near those 4 dudes, at least now.
So Jacksonville trades with the Giants. So who do you think the Giants have in mind here?
They're taking the quarterback.
All right, so that's probably boy.
That would be amazing.
What are they going to do with Jones? And are they just going to put Levy behind Jones if they go that route?
They could, and they have a contract that's easy for them to get out of next season with Jones. Although they did pay him a lot of money, which made Lamar go crazy, which I understand.
Yeah, that's the other part. Like, why pay him the money though? Like, I guess in case they couldn't get one this year.
Yeah, I don't think they'll take the quarterback. I'm guessing. Maybe
defense is all right. Maybe O-line. Is there anybody in the O-line that they would take?
Cyrus Torrance might be the guy.
That might be a good possibility.
I think there's another corner floating out there.
So you still have Torrance. You have Harrison. Jones has been talked about a lot. Corner-wise, who we got going on here? Porter, Cam Smith, Ringo. You brought him up. He's pretty
okay. It's got to be a corner. It's got to be a corner. It's got to be a corner because I don't think they're going to take the quarterback. And I think if a team thought they were taking a quarterback, they would have charged them more.
So Jags got 3 picks, and they only moved back 1.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know. I don't understand this though, because did Jacksonville say they were going to take the guy they wanted? Like
it might be, or it could be another team is trying to trade up and they had to sprinkle something.
Yeah.
That might be where that 7th rounder came in.
Yeah, that's probably got to be it because they had to be competing for somebody to move up 1, and that's probably what's been happening this entire draft so far.
I think that the best players left on the board are the corners, so that's the basis.
That's where the need is. That's for sure.
It's either that if it's not a corner, and I'm saying it's a corner, but if it's not a corner, it's Torrance. Because the Giants do love to run the ball, right? I mean, that is literally the only thing that they do on offense well. And they're
and if you're gonna try to protect the quarterback too, like, see, for me, like, Jones shouldn't be running as much as he is. He can, but he shouldn't be.
Yeah. Now you could argue that they reach and take a wide out. If they reach and take a wide out, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Yeah. My beer wench.
Oh, she's gonna beat you.
She's stat girl, she's chat girl, and she's beer wench.
And when that camera goes off, she's gonna be beating your ass.
She said that we're sexy. This isn't really a porno here, you know.
Have you been drinking, Missy?
I only had 2 drinks.
Only 2 Long Island iced teas.
Oh wait! Oh, we're gonna go into the pick.
Uh-oh.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
I see it.
Okay, snap reaction. Yeah. You're the Giants fan here. What do you think?
I love it. I think one of the biggest issues that this team had was in the secondary. You chronicled some of the issues that they had, not having Jordan Love now. To me, this makes a whole lot of sense.
So, Danny, who did you think they should probably would have taken? I mean, you have Joey Porter Jr., Deonte Banks, and probably Ringo would be probably another option.
Yeah, poor Joey Porter Jr. He was supposed to be a top 20 pick.
But I mean, yeah, as far as Maryland, Banks is a really good player. I think that's a good pick.
So here's my question for you, because you're more familiar with him than I am. I didn't get to watch a ton of film on him. I really watched more highlights. I didn't get to watch any of the extended film. To me, it felt like he didn't play up to his talent level, which is clearly insane because he ran a 4.3. You think I'm being too harsh on him?
No, and I would say that I think if he has one flaw, it's that Maryland was the kind of team, because they moved out of the ACC, like they competed with Ohio State for like a quarter, and then they got their ass run right out of town. And I think what happens is with Deonte is if he goes to a bad team, so he's on the Giants, they're a solid team, at least last year. But let's say he went to the Browns or a team that's really struggling, his attitude is going to reflect that. He's going to quit. He's going to take off plays. If they're doing well, he'll play well.
So he's got engagement issues.
Right. So I think that him going to the Giants it's going to be 50-50, because if the Giants revert to the ways before last year, they could have problems with him. And Danny says, I'd taken Porter and kept my other 2 picks. I probably would agree with you because I do really, really, really like Porter too. So I think Porter would have been the safer pick. I do think that Banks has that possibility to be a breakout star, but again,
Banks, yes, I agree with that because Banks, you could argue that Banks, if he hits, you could argue that he's got as much, if not more, talent than Witherspoon or Gonzalez. He's just a different type of corner.
right. It's one of those things. Like if Banks succeeds, he's going to be a star. If he doesn't, then Porter's probably going to have the better career. Like I do think Porter's a really good player.
But you know who you just described, basically, is
Sanders?
Eli Apple.
Yes.
You basically just because Eli Apple was crazy talented, was insanely gifted coming out of college.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're taking that gamble on Banks, you're gambling the fact that he's gonna be in the right set of mind and always on a coming in every play. If he doesn't, we're fucked. Like if he takes plays off, if he's not into the game, if they're having struggle issues, then he's gonna be a problem.
That makes a lot of sense. Because his tape wasn't bad. He wasn't he wasn't a guy who was like getting torched every night. But I was just like, this guy runs a 4.3, gets beat on a route, and maybe he's not going to use. Maybe he can't make up the ground to get back into the play. But I know he can cover more ground than what he did.
Well, he's a risk taker too. He's almost like
I like that though.
You remember Dre Bly?
Yes.
Bly is the kind of guy who would take a lot of risks, and when it paid off, it paid off. When it didn't, he had problems. But
actually, now that you just unlocked something for me, you know who he actually really reminds me of. Now that I think about it, you'll know this name. He reminds me of a faster version of Deltha O'Neal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and O'Neal was also a risk taker.
Yeah. I remember he went to the Bengals in 2005 and had like 7 or 8 interceptions and a lot of pass defensed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like a risk-taking corner.
Yeah, I don't like it as much with my corners as I do with like my safeties, but a guy like that, I see. I don't know. It was really weird because in some ways Deion Sanders was the same way.
Yeah.
But Sanders was a way better prospect. Like Sanders is far more consistent as a defender than, except for not always tackling, but
only in the playoffs.
Right. So we got another trade here. So I guess the Bills just trade with Jacksonville again.
Jacksonville's just getting picks.
Yeah, I think they well, there is some depth in here, and they were pretty good. So, I mean, who do they think they're going to take, though?
Okay, so
let's take a look. They're not going to worry about quarterback. Running backs only have the 2 listed. I don't even know who's behind them.
Yeah, they shouldn't take a running back.
So receivers, most of these guys are probably 2nd to 3rd rounders late.
The only one there would be Downs that I think that they would take.
Right.
They're not going to take Hyatt because they already have Gabriel Davis.
So we have Harrison, Jones, and then 2 guys that probably are 2nd and 3rd rounders.
They could take the athletic linebackers. So they could take the athletic linebackers. They could take Porter Jr. They could take tight end because they want a middle threat. I think they're gonna. I think they're taking the linebacker. I think they're taking a linebacker.
I like the tight end because that would help out Sunshine a lot.
What you mean Allen? Because the Jags traded the pick, didn't they?
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking Jackson. Yeah, that's my fault.
I think that they, I think they're taking the linebacker.
They need defense help.
Trenton Simpson makes sense.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Utah.
They did take a tight end, just not the one I thought. Although I was thinking Jacksonville originally.
Dalton Kincaid.
Your thoughts?
So I was wrong. I thought they were taking a linebacker. It's not a bad pick. I mean,
No,
I don't
he's rated high, so.
Look, a lot of people are higher on these tight ends than I am. Here's my issue with the tight ends like this. If you look at the best tight ends in football, right? Andrews wasn't a first round pick. Kittle wasn't a first round pick. Kelsey wasn't a first round pick. The guys who, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they're gonna run some problems. Like the other thing about Buffalo, unfortunately, I think they took the right position. Kincaid's fine, but Danny's right. Defense is gonna be a problem again unless they really start to address it. And then I still think that O-line has problems because Allen was running for his life this last year.
But
so
this guy can block, though. I think is
that helps. But what good is it to you if you can't use him?
I agree with that, but
because that was sort of Denver's problem. Like we kept saying, well, Denver needs a good downfield threat at tight end, but if you have to max out your blocking schemes in order to protect your quarterback, he's no use.
I agree. Although if he does the old chip and then go on a route, that's useful. I don't hate it because they also struggled in the red zone. If you remember, the red zone offense was horrible because they couldn't run it in, and Stephon Diggs can't do everything, and Josh Allen can't do everything. So I understand it's a versatility pick. A lot of these people are higher on the tight ends than I am. My problem is every year we see all these tight ends with the same profile go in the first round, and they never become top 5 tight ends. And it's the more explosive, riskier prospects in the second and third round who actually make it. It's why whenever I see a team who drafts a quarterback and then they have another first round pick and they draft a tight end, I want to scream because it doesn't actually work. It didn't work with Brandon Pettigrew. It didn't work. I can't remember there was another team that tried that not too long ago. I can't remember which. It drives me insane because it's like, look, you have a first round pick. You took a quarterback early. Then you took in the 20th or the 25th pick a tight end. If he was super dynamic like Vernon Davis, he would be gone. If he was an elite pass catcher, then he would already be gone, or he's going to be an unknown or riskier prospect. I don't hate this for Buffalo, but I can't help but feel that their defense needed help. They could have used a corner because Tre'Davious White, I think that's their corner's name, has had some injury issues. Joey Porter Jr. At this point, I feel like we're all like Joey Porter Jr., like schleps, like we're like, take him. But he's a first-round corner, and you took a tight end.
Yeah. And, I mean, maybe this is like a security blanket for Allen, which is a good thing. It's good for the offense. But as Danny pointed out, you're already scoring a high number of points. Like the offense really hasn't been the issue. I even though there was no running back to take, that's pretty much where I think they really, really need to get a running back. But now it's like, they really have some defensive woes. They have to figure out what they're going to do on defense.
If they weren't going to take a defensive player and they wanted to do something to help the red zone offense, I would have taken the guard.
Yeah.
Because the guard can protect Allen and do that. Now, here's the thing. The Bills are very good at drafting, and they might be viewing this guy as a 10 touchdown a season guy. So I will give them – it's like I was talking about like with Baltimore and Philly when they take riskier picks. So I don't hate it. I mean, they got the value right. Someone was going to take him, otherwise they wouldn't have traded up. It's not a disaster. We also don't know. Maybe they're going to trade back into the first round or trade it, move up in the second round to get a defensive guy, stuff like that. Maybe they're working on a trade for another defensive starter. But the thing of it is that I'm cynical and they're in cap hell. Are they taking a tight end because they get paid less? You know what I'm like? I don't think that's actually true, but like, I don't fucking know, man. I'm just, I don't hate it, but I don't like it.
Dallas is up. They kind of need some defensive help too. So what do you see there with that? Like a lot of is Murphy a possibility? Maybe linebacker? I don't know like where they're going to go with this.
Murphy is a possibility. The linebackers
still a lot of good corners. They probably need corners too. Like, so where
Actually, I think they're going to take Torrance because they wanted to improve their offensive line, and Jerry believes in the O-line. I think that they'll take Torrance, or they might take Anton Harrison, the tackle from Oklahoma, because Jerry loves Oklahoma boys because he played there many, 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 many decades ago. Sugar, knock it off. Be a good girl.
Oh boy.
Rebellious dog, you need to stop.
I took a peek to see who they took. It's gonna frustrate you.
Did you like the pick?
I like the position in some ways. I just I didn't have the person rated as high as a lot of other guys at the same. So I'll tell you now, it's gonna be one of these dudes.
Oh God.
I do think they need some help. Like they had some trouble stopping San Fran when they played in the playoffs. I do agree with you. Offensive line may still be an issue, but I think they still have Elliott. They still have Dak. I don't think that's going to be the problem. Although, how much longer do you give Dak before they decide maybe he's not the guy?
The end of that contract in 2 or 3 years. Dak is a top 10 quarterback who hovers between 7 to 10 on any given year. There are years where some guys have uptick years, and on the individual season scale, maybe he's not in the top 10, but he's very consistent. Last year, he got way too much hate for those picks. Because
I think I'm gonna get back.
Gotcha.
To it, but I think part of that is there was like 2 or 3 games, the Jags, the Niners, and another game where he was playing pretty well throughout most of the game. They were winning, and then the Jags came back. And I just remember in the end of the game, like it seems like Dak is having a problem being the guy that you can rely on when crunch time comes. And so I wonder if that's part of the reason why the flack is coming his way.
All right, let's see how bad I think this is.
Yeah, the player is okay, but I just too
with
high.
the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Hold up now. Hold up now.
Bucky said your mind would be blown, Lance.
Is my mind?
What is he going to say
Who
about
do
it?
we have there for Dallas?
You had him? Oh, let's go.
What did you like so much about Mozzie? Well, I just know they really.
So what do you think?
Wasn't this? I think there was a thread on the board where someone listed this guy as like a sleeper, and they said, I think a 3rd round is too high for him. I'd have to go back and check. I didn't have a 1st round grade on him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't put any like particular rounds, but like when you see some of these other guys that are in the list here, I didn't quite have them as high as a lot of the other ones. So, because you still have Miles Murphy, which surprisingly he was graded kind of high, so I'm surprised he's still there. You have Brizzy, Nolan Smith. Who's the other one? This one, Izuma from Kansas State. Kancey's gone. So I don't know. Like, is he worth where they took him?
So I did a quick Google to see where he was going, right? Mel Kiper had him going 29th. So I think this was a guy who rose up the board a bit.
Okay.
I did not view him as a 1st round pick. As I'm seeing some other people's mocks, like I here. So I have this composite mock board that I used as a tool. And Mozzie Smith, this is from Pro Football Network. They composited 70 what they called credible boards. There's another one I used that did over 300, but some of them were like fan composites that were Mickey Mouse bullshit, right? So Pro Football Network used what I thought was a more
my line.
Some Mickey Mouse bullshit. It used
Mickey Mouse bullshit.
a more credible, and they had him being consistently mocked, obviously, because it's the point of the composite at 49. Some people had him rising into the first. Some people had that type of grade on him. So I do repudiate some of my disgust towards the pick. I don't agree with it. I still don't think he's a first round player, but it does have more reasonability to it than I originally thought. So I will say it seems less ridiculous now, but I just don't think it's a good pick. I don't think it's horrible. I don't think it was a huge reach, kind of like looking at some of the stuff.
No, it's not like a massive reach. Like, I think the McDonald pick was a little bit bigger reach than this one, but
the Forbes was a reach.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I thought I had not McDonald. I had McDonald. I looked back. He didn't make my cut for the top 50 in the honorable mentions, and that means that he's in the last third of the second round on out. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And he, but that's just for me. A lot of people had him in the first round.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't even know if I had him first round, but I think in my list he was like 5th or 6th. So that
right.
would
Well,
put you
a fringe first round, early second rounder.
Right.
With this pick, the Cowboys do draft pretty well, but originally my initial reaction was, "Oh my God, what did they just do?" Now it's more like, I don't agree with it, but we'll see. Now it does fill a need. Their defensive line was not great at stopping the run, and honestly, I think that they would have taken Jack Campbell if he were available too, because their linebacker core not great against the run either. I mean, the Niners just beat the soul out of them.
Well, they still have my boy in the middle.
Yeah.
I can't believe I forgot his name, but he's like really, really great. That just goes to show.
I mean, look, we've been doing this for 4 hours almost, and we've been drinking. So.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely been drinking.
Man. I just. The more I'm thinking about that pick, it's bothering me less.
Can you look up the linebacker for the Cowboys?
Is it Lee Vander Esch or something?
No, dude, it's Micah Parsons. God fucking damn it. Holy fucking shit. How did I fucking forget him, man? Holy shit. I'm fine. Fine.
He's mad at himself.
Huh?
I said you got mad at yourself.
I did. You're so dumb. I've been drinking. But the good news is, since Denver's not drafting, I don't have any reason to get pissed.
That's right. Sean Payton is your pick.
Well, look, he's probably played better than Russell Wilson at this point.
God damn it. Pardon me. I'm going to mute myself as I take my nasal spray. The allergies in Kentucky are horrible.
There's cocaine in there. We know it. So, Danny, any surprises for you in this draft outside of the Banks pick? Mm-hmm. Oh. We got news. Jacksonville finally.
With the 27th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
Good pick. Good pick.
Yeah, they played that draft board excellently.
You said, hey,
give Sunshine some protection and give Antion some lanes to run in.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Solid.
He was definitely a first round tackle. You know, he didn't need to be in the top 15 or 20, definitely not in the top 10. This is a spot where he can go. They need Cam Robinson just got suspended. So they need a left tackle. Maybe they'll put him at right tackle and swap their tackle. There's things you can do. Um, I really like that pick. It was a good offensive line draft, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty solid. You know how it is though. We always talk about these linemen, and then sometimes they don't pan out. I mean, Torrance is still out there.
Yeah.
But maybe there's some issues there. I don't know. Jones was talked up a lot, but he's kind of fallen where I thought he would.
Yeah, Jones was one of those guys where if he was going to climb the board, it was going to be because the team absolutely fell in love with him. Torrance he's a really good guard prospect, but he's not viewed as a great one. And if you're going to be a guard taken in the draft, you're either going to be insane like Nelson, or you're going to be able to hey, I'm a guard who can play tackle, some flexibility, or a guard / center. And I don't know if Torrance necessarily fits those bills, or fits the bill, even though I thought I should have gone to the Bills, ironically.
Right.
Danny, that's called a pun. That's what Poet Kuiper Sr. does. He brings that shit day in, day out. Pun God, you're welcome. I don't. Do you? Actually, let's go back to Buffalo for a second, because I was thinking about what you were saying about the defense. Joey Porter Jr. is still out there. Buffalo trades back in right now and takes him. That tight end pick, and I know they traded up to get the tight end, so maybe they don't want to spend that capital, but it just feels like Joey Porter Jr. needs to go in the first round, and and I feel like there are a lot of teams who could have used him who should be trying to trade back in and get him. I just cannot believe.
Well, obviously, I think the Saints are probably going to go quarterback. Philly and Kansas City, they could use a corner.
I don't think Kansas City will, because they had those two young corners that started.
Yeah. Maybe Philly goes for him. I don't know.
Philly might, because they re-signed Slay, but it's only to like a 1 or 2 year deal, and they love corners. God, I don't know. Porter, to me, oh, boo! I hope you take somebody horrible.
With the 28th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Miles Murphy.
There you go.
Clemson.
Fuck.
There you go, buddy.
That was a good pick.
You were joking while the commission.
Yeah, I had him third on my list. I think he's really good. It's good to see him go. I'm not sure about the other guy, even though he was kind of rated high on my list as well. Breezy, but definitely Murphy, worthy.
Some mocks had him going much higher than this. It's a good pick by Cincinnati. Unfortunately, they made a good decision.
But do you really think Cincy needed that?
I do.
Really?
Because
you got Atkins.
Atkins is gone. He's out.
Oh, he left?
Yeah, he's been out of the league for a couple years. Injury blew up his body.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize that.
They have that the guy who made the game losing play for them is good on the run. Here's the thing with Cincinnati. In the trenches last season, their defensive line took a step back, and that defense was largely built 3 years ago now out of free agency. They can't spend more free agent money on it. Their pass rush, the big one that they signed, I can't remember his name, had a bad year. I think he got hurt. So this gives them, what is it? Give me 1 second. I want to pull up his name, because he was huge for them in the Super Bowl run.
Yeah. I think I know who you're talking about.
Let me see his. I think it was Trey Hendrickson is the name of the guy. He was. I want to say that Let me look at his. Let me make sure that that I'm thinking of the right guy. Okay, so he had 14 sacks for them 2 years ago when they signed him. This year he did have he got injured, but he still had a pretty good year for them. But they're paying him a chunk of change. But when I look at the rest of their defensive line depth chart, and apologies to Hendrickson, he was good. They have B.J. Hill and D.J. Reader and Sam Hubbard on that line. So when I look at,
that's probably who I was thinking of initially.
That, I think that's who I was thinking of. He did have 6.5 sacks last year, but if memory serves, most of those sacks did not come from him being dominant so much as other guys getting penetration. He did not grade out against the run either. I'm not saying he's washed. I think that he just had an off year.
Yeah, so it's not a bad pick. I still think they're gonna have to fix that O line a little bit because later in the playoffs, Burrow was taking a lot of heat.
They got Orlando what's his face from Kansas City, but Kansas City let him walk because last year he was good but not great, and he had some rough spots.
Right.
So they let him walk, and then they signed another guy to be their left tackle for about $20 million more than what Cincinnati gave Orlando.
And
so
they had an improvement.
yeah, and they have an improvement. Now, 2 years ago, the Chiefs offered him a big contract, but he bet on himself, and it just so happened that it did not go his way. It'll be interesting to see how he does in Cincinnati when he's away from the offensive geniuses. Then again, he gets to play with Burrow, and he's obviously no slouch, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They do need to fix the line, but they've invested adequately on the tackles. So the question for Cincinnati is, does this edge pass rusher who has a lot of upside and offers depth and is pretty decent against the run, supposedly, is he going to make more of an impact for us than a guard? And quite frankly, I think that you could argue that yes, I think that there's plenty of guards in this draft if they need to go that way. I also think that given how they invested last offseason, that they might say, look, our line is better, and we get the guy from Dallas back who tore his ACL. Now, he was horrible. What is that guy's name? Oh, my goodness. I cannot remember. He came from Dallas. He was supposed to fix the right tackle slot, and he did not. Lael Collins.
Well, guess what?
What's up?
Levy's not getting drafted in the first round.
Yeah. Poor guy.
And it's kind of funny because the guy that they took, I didn't expect him quite to go in the first round, but we were just talking about him, so kind of interesting.
Who's on the clock right now? Is it the Saints?
Yeah, they got their pick in, but as we're a little bit trailing behind here.
Gotcha.
So who does the Eagles and the Chiefs take? Because obviously both Super Bowl contenders. I mean, you got Porter out there. I think we talked about he could go to Philly, maybe.
Philly makes sense now. Kansas City reportedly does best player available, so that he is live there. But I don't think they're going to take him.
Does because we talked about earlier in the show about Brian Branch. Do you think maybe KC goes with him to team up with Juan Thornhill?
I think that he's live for both them and Philly. And I'm trying to think who else might be there. I don't know. Porter makes sense there. He really does, but I feel like he's snake bitten. And it's funny because at the start of this, I was like, "Oh, he's good," but I don't want Pittsburgh to trade up for him.
Right.
And now I'm like,
where's Pittsburgh? Back into it.
With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee, Defensive tackle, Clemson.
Bucky, it seems like you were not surprised by the selection here.
I was. Now, granted, New Orleans needs a lot of help. They still need a quarterback. Maybe they're thinking Levi in the second. What is their next pick next tomorrow? It can't be that soon. But yeah, I had Brian up there he was up there with Miles in the top 5, so definitely solid pick. I don't know how bad their line was.
Their second pick is listed at the 40th in round 2, and then pick 73 or 71 in round 3.
Okay.
So they're not too terribly late, because keep in mind there's only 31 picks. Isn't there only 31 picks this year because the Niners lost one?
Probably. And also, like, they may consider trading up at some point, because if they're not that far from, the next pick, then. So yeah, that might be their thinking here.
At the start of mock draft season, he was all the way up the top of the board. And then he fell as there was getting more tape and the combine stuff and whatnot. It's just crazy. At the start of the mock draft stuff, we're just going off of player reputation. And, obviously some guys, like I think we all knew that Stroud and Bryce Young were studs, and they were, going.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously there's this kind of drop off, but that, you had Will up there as your third best. I had Richardson, and of course Richardson went. I'm really just kind of wondering what it is they saw in Will that made him drop so much. Like, I mean, obviously it's all about what team needs too, but New Orleans really needs a quarterback. Oh no, they don't. They got Derek Carr. Duh.
Yeah.
I just forgot about that. They have Derek. Even though I don't think he's the total answer, but he's better than they ever had for a while.
Yeah. I think I look at Derek Carr and I think he's pretty good, and I think he had a chance to be even better than he would have. I think if he was not in Oakland, I still think of them as Oakland.
Yeah.
I think
they'll probably be back in Oakland in a couple of years.
Fuck, that'd be amazing. Now we have to build a new stadium in Oakland.
Right.
The Raiders are a franchise that they lower ceilings and they bottom out floors. Because Derek Carr was a guy, I remember when he fell to the second round, I was shocked, because I was like, okay, the only thing you could really knock him for coming out of college was his arm wasn't great, but everything else was really good. And I still feel that way. But I think he's taken so much damage in Oakland, both to his psyche and physically. And I think that there's a certain point in life and in professions where your ability to get better starts to dissipate. And, it'd be great to see him it'd be really great if Jimmy G sucked and Derek Carr was the man and the Saints did really well. And the Raiders are like, whoa, he never did that for us. Yeah, because he never let him, you fucking idiots. Fuck the Raiders.
Do you think they held Derek back or just didn't give enough support?
I think that they made it. I think the fact that the best defense he ever played with was ranked 24th or 25th, and they're usually in 28th to 32nd. I think that really damned him. Now, one thing that they did do well for him, especially early on, was they gave him that great line that they built through free agency. He had some decent weapons. The guys that he had last year were good. And then he had he ended up getting traded to the Cowboys, the wideout, Amari Cooper, and then he made it to the Browns. He never had like an overwhelming, offensive array, but for the most part, he had adequate to above adequate weapons. I never
did
thought
pretty well with Adams last year. I thought that might be a struggle there, but they connected pretty well.
Well, they played in college, and that was Adams' third or fourth 1,500-yard season. I think with Carr, I think they asked him to carry a team with bad defenses. And last year, weren't they historically bad? Didn't they break records for? I think they broke records for like points allowed or something. It was bad.
I don't know. Their defense was really weird because there were times that it did pretty well, and of course, I'm only judging with Denver sometimes. But
yeah.
But then there were times they just collapsed. Like it was kind of like the Chargers. Like they were.
Yeah. It was. There, no, it was 2 or 3 years ago. I think they had a season where they were ranked near the all-time worst in points allowed, near the all-time worst for yards allowed, and overall had one of the worst years. So for Philly, I think they could take Drew Sanders. I think they could take the center John Michael Schmitz, and I think that they could take Joey Porter Jr. or Torrance.
Do you think?
Darnell Washington, because I think that they're looking for a tight end. I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think tight end could be a possibility?
They could take tight end at 30.
Because Mayer's still out there too.
Yeah, at 30, tight end's pretty decent. Because let's be honest, once you get to pick 28 in the first round and pick 5 or 6 in the second round, those are all late first round caliber picks.
Right. Because you got the overflow.
You remember, what was it, the Justin Jefferson class for wideouts? There was like 7 guys who went. There was like, what was it, 5 or 6 who went in the first round and a couple who went in the second round, and most of the guys in the second round had first round grades on them for what that's worth. Sometimes you just are at a stacked position.
Yeah.
Kind of like corner in this draft. For instance, corner was stacked this year.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, should Porter drop into the second, that's like a steal at that point.
If he drops into the second, I would say just trade up and get him, and I'll be very happy with that draft. He's good again, but he's dropping. Maybe there's something to do with his health or something. And think about this: if Gonzalez goes where he's supposed to, maybe New England drafts Porter Jr.
Right. Yep.
There's levels to this shit.
Levels, man. There's levels. It's Inception all over again.
I've never seen that movie. I refuse.
Oh, dude, it's great. It's great.
I refuse. Fucking refuse.
All right, here we go. We up.
All those boos.
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests, content creators who you know from YouTube, Dude Perfect, and Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
We should have got Asmund Gold.
Fix his mic.
I'll get closer to it. This is a terrible setup. I can't hear a thing.
I think they have their mics on their body.
Yeah, it's on their mouth. Yeah.
Oh, I took my glasses off. Yes, they are. They look like R&B singers. I fucking hate it.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea what they said.
They could have said blood for the blood god, death for the death lord.
Okay. With the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia.
We need all the pass rushers.
Okay, so yeah, I had him as a versatile guy.
Nolan Smith,
either one.
Two-time college football playoff national
I had
champion.
read that even though he plays linebacker, that he probably would have been better suited for the line. So that's kind of like why I threw him in that group.
He is an interesting prospect. Yeah, Danny, that was super awkward. I have no idea what they're talking about, and I don't know why they flipped a foam coin, and I don't know why there were YouTubers there, and I don't know why they had R&B singer headsets. I don't know what they said.
Yeah,
They could have said some pivotal information that we all needed to know. They could have unified the country. I would, Juice. He's on steroids. Fucking Juice. I was thinking she was picking her favorite son.
Oh God.
Well, unless her favorite son was fucking named. I didn't fucking know.
What we were watching earlier, Army of Darkness. Don't you, Nick, do.
I've only seen that movie once.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. She's gonna send you a copy now.
I need to watch it more. This is why they can't have the drafting games.
Yes, Danny is yes, exactly.
So since we're talking about Kansas City, if you remember when I was looking for a new team, I was thinking about the Chiefs because I liked Andy Reid. It was near my home, near where I was going to law school, and I literally was like, I can't do it because I'll break DJ Nubis's heart. And that was the year before they picked Patrick Mahomes. Imagine me being a snotty Chiefs fan right now. How horrible would this be for you? Or would we even be doing this with that Mahomes jersey on?
You would be excommunicated. I'd have to go all John Wick on your ass.
Oh goddamn! I need to see the fourth one. I love John Wick.
I went a couple weeks ago to see that. It was pretty good. We're actually gonna go see Sisu tomorrow. That's gonna be a fantastic film.
You know what movie I want you to watch when you have time? If you have time to go to theaters, I want you to go watch the D&D movie and tell me what you think.
Oh yeah, people have been talking about it. I don't know if it's good or bad. I just I've never been a big fan.
Most people like it, and you don't have to be a D&D fan to get the movie. It's just fun, high fantasy.
Yeah, we went to see Evil Dead Rise last weekend. That was fun.
I need to go to the movie theater more. I haven't been in the movie theater in 4 years. I hate the movies.
COVID changed a lot of things. And...
Yeah. I only went maybe once or twice a year before COVID.
Well, yeah, it all depends on because it's gotten more expensive, and then some of the movies just haven't been that good, really. So, I mean, you have some here and there, but I'm kind of tired of the Marvel thing. Even though I want to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3, I'm just not motivated.
They don't need to stop making Marvel movies. They need to slow down making Marvel movies.
Yeah.
It no longer feels like, and I'm a big comic guy, and I got burnt out of them around Civil War. Part of it is because I hate that story. I think it's a shitty story.
Really?
Yeah, I hate it. That's a different rant for political reasons that we cannot have. We cannot have that. A lot of it was really based off of where I was in life and how inundated I was with politics in general. So I was like, this is not a release for me.
Well, just quick question. Do you go into those films looking for political messages? I don't usually do that.
No, I don't. But Civil War has several very strong political messages in them. And I don't think that they're necessarily bad. I was just at a spot where I was like, I was dealing with politics on a personal level very consistently in my everyday life, prepping for law school, doing a bunch of stuff, and I was like, I don't want this. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I didn't even like the comic. Just when I read it. Hey, dog. Let's not do that. We're almost done. I know you want more blueberries. I know.
Doggy, doggy, doggy.
Yeah, Sugar loves blueberries. Don't you, Shug? You've been pretty good. Yeah, I call her Big Shug. Hold on. Let me see. Do you want to be on cam?
Yes.
Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Ooh, look at the little one.
She is so annoyed with me right now. She's my good baby. So to our
Hey, Pooch, Pooch.
good viewers, this
Over
is
here,
Sugar.
Pooch, Pooch. You see me, Pooch, Pooch?
This is my French bulldog. Her name is Sugar. She was a rescue dog. Her original owner overbred her. She thinks she's a Rottweiler. She kills squirrels, and when a dog growls at me, she tries to fight it. She's a
That's
good
awesome.
baby. Oh yeah. We were walking out at night, and I got ran up on by a feral dog, and she was not having it. I had to scoop her up and run to the house, but she's very protective of me and my niece. She's a very good girl. And she
Good
looks
dog.
so annoyed right now because she is. All right, Sugar. Back to the bed you go. I know. Good girl. You're a good baby. So that's Sugar. Danny said something. And when she goes to sleep, she's Suge Knight. Yeah, she keeps that thing on her.
Hey, I'm in control.
She keeps putting it on. I keep clicking it off, and I click it off. She clicks it off. Oh man! So Kansas City getting ready to close this motherfucker up.
Yeah.
Make a shitty pick, please. A really shitty pick.
We would like to select DJ Anubis and Poet Kuiper Sr. to be our tackling dummies. We will pay $10,000 a week for as long as you can survive.
Kansas City has just traded Patrick Mahomes to Denver for Russell Wilson. Yeah.
Oh God, you would go insane.
I'd be the happiest camper alive. The only good thing in Kansas City.
Oh, their pick just came in.
Yeah.
That's an interesting pick.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so where did I have him? Because he was up there a little bit. So everyone else is gone. Yeah, so he's there. Mozzie was the only one that kind of was like the shocker, really, in terms of where he was taken. But
yeah,
if you like a player, you take that player.
Well, I've been doing some Google checks, and there are more people who like he was a second rounder to a lot of folks, but there are more people who had him in the last leg of the second round or the first round than I thought. So
well,
I think it's still a little hot. Yeah, if they took him at 28, it hits different. But
right.
If he's good, then it doesn't matter. So.
Mm-hmm. They were gonna draw this out, aren't they? Because it's in Kansas City. Fuck all you KFC Camaro eating motherfuckers.
Hey, Danny was the one who was chanting for KFC earlier.
No, he said FKC. He had it right.
No, he was hungry. He wanted them double down.
He had it right.
He wanted them double down.
Danny and I, we see each other.
I catch your vision and throw back the middle finger.
Don't you put that bad juju out there, Poet. Shitty pick. Shitty pick. You know you want to take a shitty pick?
They didn't.
How about it, Kansas City?
Jawan Taylor was the guy.
With the
I could not remember his name.
Of the 2023 NFL
Oh, they're gonna
draft,
take
the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique Uzama, defensive end, Kansas State.
Oh. So I got lied to. So
was it Hyatt?
I hear you. Come here. You want to say hi to people now? Because you're a lot cuter than the fucking Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, see? This is Hazel.
What a beautiful kitty. How you doing? How you doing, cat? How you doing?
She's like, feed me now. I don't care about anything.
I gave her her dinner.
Oh, you gave her crunchies?
Yeah, at 11 o'clock, she started circling me like a shark.
That's what she does. Freaking Casey. I bet you Poet frequents that place.
Never. It's crazy because I live in Kentucky, much like our boy Danny, and where I'm at, we have a shitty KFC. It's not right to have a bad KFC in Kentucky, man.
Oh, look. Right on, Danny. Yeah, that's right. The Big Haze. She eat that dog.
No, she would not. She would try to play. She's a.
She would try to play. She likes to play.
She roughhouses though.
Sugar tries to eat cats. She's great with kids, and she's okay with other dogs. She does not like cats for some reason.
Oh, that's a dog, man.
I chalk it up to her spending most of her life until I got her in a dog run. Her owner was a scumbag. So.
In a dog run? That sucks.
So, all right. So, who are your biggest winners and losers here today?
I'm gonna have to say that on a certain level, the Texans and the Panthers clearly got the quarterbacks that they wanted. There are a lot of reports that the Texans preferred Stroud, and if they had the number 1 pick, they were going to take him. So it does feel like they got their guys. So they do get to, yeah, Kevin, we go hard. I do think that they were winners. I'd also have to, I wanted to say that the Lions were winners because they're so well positioned, but you know what? At the end of the day, they did some weird shit, which I didn't understand. I'd say Jacksonville.
I think that Carolina, Houston,
Jacksonville, because they kept trading back, but they got their guy anyway.
Yeah, Indianapolis, Seattle was definitely a winner.
I think that I might be slightly homeristic here, but I think that the Steelers trading up and getting the tackle that they wanted was a big deal.
The Eagles did a lot of weird shit today.
They did, but right now they feel like winners because they did that weird shit. You know what I mean?
Baltimore, despite having 1 pick, won out big.
Yeah, they were disciplined. They didn't go up. They didn't have to. I think, I can't lie. When we look at the losers, I look at the Bills, and I know why they did what they did. And they're a good franchise, and they draft well, and they make good decisions. I just can't help but think that they got this one wrong. I think that Detroit, even if those picks panned out, they had an opportunity to do some better stuff. And I won't lie to you. I hate what the Jets did. What the Jets did made no sense to me.
Yeah, they because they took Will McDonald, and I that's a tough one.
Yeah.
And then what did they do? Is that it? I thought they had 2 picks. Maybe it's just 1. Yeah, so they had the 1, but that I think that was a reach. And then we talked about Emmanuel. That one was a little bit of a reach too, I think.
Sure. Yeah, I'm looking at the draft results. So here, how about I'm gonna run through, if you're good with it, each draft result and give a quick blurb about it. I think I can do it in a couple minutes.
Sure.
I love what Carolina did with Bryce Young. That's their guy, and but for his weight, he'd be the top stud, right? And they feel like they can protect that. I think that works. I've been a Stroud guy for a while. His game has come on. The Texans need a quarterback. The Texans then they trade and they get Will Anderson, who's a dynamic defensive player, arguably the best defensive player in the draft. They gave up a chunk to get him, but that's okay. The Colts, they took their guy that they believe in, and while I'm iffy on AR, quite frankly, I understand the pick, and they didn't have to trade up for it. Devin Witherspoon wasn't my corner one, but he was a good pick. Paris Johnson, 6 is about, I think, as high as you could have put him, but he's arguably best player available, and I understand why the Cardinals took him. They need to protect Murray as well. I don't like the Tyree Wilson pick for the Raiders. One, because I think they're going to squander him, even though he's going to play alongside Max Crosby. And two, because I think he's a little raw as a prospect. The Falcons taking Robinson. He's a running back. You could argue value. He's also arguably a top 3 player in the draft. I get it. I don't hate it. The Eagles trading up for Carter makes a lot of sense. He's dynamic. They need a pass rushing defensive lineman who can play the run, and they've got a good culture to support him. Darnell Wright was arguably the best tackle. It's just that he's most likely a right tackle. But the Bears, they got a little bit of draft capital, and they took a guy who many do think could still be a left tackle. Skoronski was a top guy on a lot of people's boards, so the Titans can justify the pick that way. He's also a utility guy. I don't know what the Lions did with the Gibbs pick, and I hate it. And I hate trading back for a running back, or hate trading back and taking a running back if you could have just taken Robinson, especially when you already have Swift, and you could have kept Williams. Lucas Van Ness is a solid pick. Makes sense. The Steelers trading up for Broderick Jones. They did have to give up a little bit to get him, but he's an elite prospect. I love it. The Jets pick with Will McDonald makes no sense, and it's just flat out wrong. If it works out for them, they're still wrong for doing it, and they got lucky. The Emmanuel Forbes pick is a first-round pick. I get that. You could have had Gonzalez. It just doesn't make sense. Bill Belichick knows cornerbacks. He took Christian Gonzalez and started laughing. The Lions taking Jack Campbell. They shouldn't have, and I get that they needed defensive help. You could have done that and not take a running back earlier. That's the other option they could have had, like Christian Gonzalez, for instance. Then you go to Kalia Cansey. I think it's a great value pick for the Bucs. He's got a high ceiling, and his floor is high enough that if he doesn't pan out, he should still be serviceable. Seattle had one of the best value picks with Jackson Smith. I can't say I can't say that. I feel like I would almost say a slur if I tried to say the man's second part of his name. He's a great player and a good dude. Quentin Johnson, I wasn't high on him, but at 21, that's amazing value. The Ravens had a huge day just by taking Zay Flowers, not having to trade up for him. The Vikings arguably got good value on Jordan Addison. 1, 2, 3, 4 wideouts in a row, and they could have all gone higher. Deonte Banks by the Giants. He has huge upside. I understand them taking him. They could have potentially gone other directions, but it's a boom or bust pick. But at the end of the day, he's a great talent, and it's a great talent falling at 24. Dalton Kincaid, the Bills traded up for him. They know what they're doing. I'm skeptical, but they know what they're doing. Mozzie Smith, I still think was a reach, but it wasn't as bad as a reach as I thought it was. The Jags kept trading back, and they got Anton Harrison, who they apparently loved. You got to love trading back and getting your top tackle or one of your top tackles. Miles Murphy, I'm sad that he's going to be a Bengal, and the fact that he fell to 28 was pretty good for them. Brian Breesy to New Orleans. He plays DE. He plays defensive tackle. He could get a lot better.
Breesy.
I wish it was Brian Breesy.
She's actually still to this day a fan of Brian Greasy.
I am. I'm the president of the Brian Greasy fan club.
And you know what? You and your mom or you and his mom are the only members. Nolan Smith.
No, his mom died.
Oh,
Brian's did?
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Oh, she knows it. I don't even know it.
I meant no disrespect. Sorry for the bad karma. Nolan Smith.
The reason, one of the big things he does is he contributes to cancer. Like he has like a whole like.
She's like just rubbing it in your face.
She died a long time ago, and it was when he was young, and he and his dad set up this thing called Judy's House.
Well, now I feel like a dick.
Way to go, Slim.
Yeah. Nolan Smith is great. He's great depth and a great value pick for the Eagles. And Felix Anudike-Uzomah is he was a late first round, early second round pick. The Chiefs got a pass rusher at great value. And it's a great way to replace Frank Clark, I think is who they lost on the cheap.
Well done. Well said. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming on tonight and doing this with me.
Having me.
I think we do need to do a show next week just to recap everything, the rest of the draft, of course, because we're not
There's
doing
going to be trades and signings. There's going to be a lot of stuff.
Yeah. as I said earlier, Neko and I are going to go see Sisu tomorrow, so I'll have a review up before the weekend's out. Outside of that, I don't think I have too much else going on. What we got, Danny, going? All I heard was Brian Greasy contributed to cancer. That's not nice. It did kind of sound like that. So that's.
I didn't say anything because I was in enough hot water, but now I'm not the total villain.
No, look up Judy's house.
Is it by satellite? Anyway, again, thank you, sir. I know it's late. Danny, thank you for the rest of you all in chat. I appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you all for chat. Thank you for having me. Thanks to the viewers. Thanks to Nico for running chat and all that. Thanks to you for running chat. Thanks to Sugar. Thanks to Hazel. Thanks to everybody. We're the greatest. We're all the best. And I am exhausted. That was almost 5 hours of it was.
This was like a light work, because if you paid attention, I did the Godzilla thing a couple weeks back, and
oh yeah,
that was like 6 hours I was on.
Your guys' list made me very mad, and that's why I left.
I'm sure it pissed off a lot of people.
The disrespect to Shin Godzilla was just.
Oh, dude, that was like I rubbed my ass with that shit, you know.
I hate your ass.
All right. Well, thank you again, sir. We will definitely talk after, and then.
Yeah, we'll recap this next week. Not the draft, our performance. We're gonna live stream.
Yeah, if I even had the talent, I would just cut shit up in clips and like we're drunken bastards, like cancer. This pick sucked. Yeah, like some shit like that. Yeah.
I'm sitting there screaming about like moms and fan clubs, and it's like, oh, she was Mother Teresa, you fucking asshole. Later,
Thanks,
Danny.
That's a lot of fun, man. Appreciate you being by. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. See you later. Take care of yourselves. Keep it metal and rock.
Yeah.
And, give love out to my boy Poet over here.
Thank you. This is the hardest working man on the internet. Watch your shit, or I'll break into your house, eat your food, shit in your toilet. I won't flush it, and I'll have sex with your mom or something. I don't fucking know. I can't remember what I said.
Anymore.
Yeah,
it's like a call sign now.
Yeah, your wife, your mom, your dad. I'm fucking someone you love consensually, of course.
All right. Take care of yourselves. Thanks again. Have a good night.